host of Talking with Famous People. And it came through. It was a bit of an ordeal going there and back because coming back really. I only had one working headlight. I was a little concerned because when I left the house, it was sun was about to set. And it was a little bit dark on the way back. Hi, Rachel. Rachel's here in the chat, but she's also talking on the phone. Yes, I have. Got the mushrooms. Came back here. I had a chicken pot pie. And I ate a pretty good dosage of mushrooms, I'd say. Would you kick in properly or not? Toronto Blue Jays won the pennant. Oh, cool. Sounds good. I forgot all about that. Okay, now that the baseball game's over, I can put. Sometimes I'm that way. You know, I have like intentions for this consumption of mushrooms. I'm hoping that it gives me a bit of a spiritual reset. I've been feeling pretty stressed out lately. Um, well, I think my dental problems have a lot to do with this because since my dentist fired me as a client, I'm kind of back to square one. But I find that kind of stressful. Mushrooms do is bring me to the present, force me into the present. Hi, G. Instead of spending my time having bad memories or anxiety about the future. I made a people oof earlier in the chat. Your live stream is like a people shower that will remove the ick I feel now. Oh, earlier in a chat, I see. Well, I hope it works. I do indeed hope it works for you. I'm feeling mild mannered, not like, oh, all right, let's go. I'm feeling pretty chill, so um, feeling reflective. I don't know what kind of experience I'll have tonight accordingly, but I'm very happy to have gotten mushrooms, and they're not super blue, but they're blue. They're bluer than this one weak badge I got from him one time. So hopefully, with the fairly large quantity that I ate, these ones will kick in and at a decent trip for me. Yeah, when I'm so I take mushrooms, it's kind of the opposite feeling. It's kind of like woohoo! I'm raring to party. But tonight I feel tired. I feel like a little bit. No, Rachel did not partake in any mushrooms. She didn't want to do it tonight, which is perfectly fine. You know. saves mushrooms more for me. Um, I do think these things are gonna probably kick in pretty decent, but I felt that before and not had them kick in at all, so you can never really tell in advance or on the way up how high it's gonna go. She says she doesn't care for them. I get that. I've tried to like gummies, but I just don't. Well, the thing about it is, Rachel has had great experiences on them and bad experiences. So she tends to feel about them what her most recent experience was. And most recently, she had not such a good experience. She's mushroom shy, yeah. I think tonight she was just kind of enjoying chatting with her friends and stuff. I don't know how it is that well, she must not be listening to this. She must just be looking at the chat. That's why. It wouldn't make any sense for her to be listening to this and talking on the phone at the same time. I don't think that would really be possible. If I ever actually make a trip other to visit you two, I'd like to try them. Sounds good, Winston John. Hopefully, I'll have them at that time. It's a little bit, well, you know, not as consistent a connect as I would like, but I'll take it. I got an ounce this time, so that might last a little while. If this turns out to be a good amount, that should last a little while. Okay. Well, that'd be fun as well. Sounds good to me. One thing I got going on tonight that I found a little like frustrating is got a little bit of stomach acid going on. A little bit, my stomach's a little too acidy. I don't want to take antacids until after my body has processed all the mushrooms because some drugs, antacids actually interfere with them. Like gabapentin, you're not supposed to take um, antacids before you take gabapentin. I looked up why, and the answer is because it it inhibits your body from absorbing all of the drug. Although I don't want anything like that to happen with these, so I'm holding off on taking antacids. Still, my stomach acid problem naturally got a little bit better by eating a chicken pot pie and the mushrooms, but maybe it's a problem that'll solve itself. That's a possibility. It's not too bad at the moment. So we'll just have to find out what kind of adventure we have in store for us tonight. Um, Mushrooms are in some ways very predictable, but in terms of what kind of trip you get, well, that depends a lot on what kind of a mood you're in to begin with. Although, obviously, the whole point of it is baking soda is a natural remedy for stomach acid. Well, I mean, just like a shittier antacid, right? regardless, it's fine. If my stomach acid really starts bothering me, I'll eat a couple of antacids. Okay, those are some mushroom yawns for sure. That's what kind of yawns those are. Well, that's probably a good sign. Although, mushrooms are tricky. They're tricky like a real trickster. Sometimes they can fool you into thinking, oh, it's going to be like this, and it's not. A teaspoon of baking soda with 4 ounces of water. Well, I think I'll just eat these regular antacids if I'm going to do that. The yawn before the storm, hopefully. It does feel as though they're coming on pretty good. It's fun listening to Rachel talk to her friend when she's on Adderall. Yeah, it's like she can't really talk with me like about this kind of stuff at all. I don't. I don't really talk that great about girl stuff, I guess. But also, I'm just not nearly as talkative as I used to be. It's weird experiencing all these changes. It's like, I never asked to change. I was just fine the way I was. Yeah, Rachel is so darn cute. You know, somebody was asking a question the other day about the present. You know, like, is there really a present? Or how can we understand what the present really means, given that, I ate some shrooms. I'm waiting there. I'm on the way up. It wasn't that long ago I ate them. I didn't make a note at the time, unfortunately, but probably like half an hour ago. I'm just so upset about this like celebrity stuff that she's talking about. Fuck that. That celebrity is bad. How dare he? Yeah, she's obviously feeling the Adderall tonight. Whereas for me, I'm almost on sleepy week here. I'm running out of give back from the Adderall. Oh yeah, it's a good night to shroom, of course. The only time it's not a good night to shroom is when I shroomed within the last week because then it won't work as well. And I'm down to, it's like whenever, if I have a clean head and my head's ready to go take mushrooms, then I'm down whenever. Whenever, wherever, doing whatever. You need to move around to get the acid moving. The stomach acid? You're talking to me about my stomach acid? It's actually feeling better. was never super bad. I just, I wondered if it would bother me when the drugs kicked in. It's usually because you ate too late, didn't get a chance to digest. Um, I think in this case, it's because I didn't eat. Yeah, I ate too late is right, but it's like I had it before I ate. Eating solved it. And the reason I had it before I ate because I'd been drinking nothing but coffee. That'll tend to give me some stomach acid. And I switched to water, but I still have a cup of coffee over there that I'll take an occasional sip of. Roll Tide? No thanks. College football, I just, my interest in this season took a big hit on Saturday when SC lost to Notre Dame and didn't look good doing it. It wasn't like a close game where, yes, sure, it's it's true that Notre Dame only won by 10 points, but it wasn't that close. And we got beat on both lines of scrimmage. We could not run the ball and we could not stop the run. And it was just embarrassing, frankly. I'm one of those pretty snobby USC fans that expects USC to be, I don't expect them to win the national championship every year, but I want them to be of the quality that they're a legit contender for making the playoffs every year and winning the national championship. Watching us play Notre Dame, like when we lost to Illinois, I thought it was a game we should have won for sure. Do I miss the Reggie Bush days much? Well, I, you know, last year was fucking brutal to watch because we blew all these fourth quarter leads. It's horrible. It's like, come on, you guys, what are you doing? Why do you think I'm a USC fan? Well, the real reason is because I was born and raised as a USC fan. But the reason I'm going to provide is that because I want to support a team that's good, not a shitty team. You're from Mentone, Alabama. Yeah, I know you guys are serious about your college football down there. LA is not, but I'm a serious college football fan of USC, and usually most years of college football in general. This year I haven't really been that excited by it for some reason. I don't know. I watched one really good game. What was it? I don't even remember, but I think the only game I watched this weekend was the USC game. Obviously, I watched the USC games, but all most years I'll also watch all the good games, whatever the numbered meow versus number meow. This year, I've been watching baseball playoffs. What are men like from where? Let me answer Metropope. Hey Eric, do you think your shadow type is the ideal type to be in a relationship with? No. A shadow type, you mean like for me, INTJ? No, I don't think so. I think I think it's good to have a 2-3 flip, but Ruben says, "Oh, cool! I internally requested this." Well, then obviously your request has nothing to do with it because you're gonna have to externalize your request, or else I'm never gonna hear about it. Or maybe just whisper it into the air. There's a chance that with my good hearing, I might hear it all the way from San Antonio. Huzzah indeed, John Simmons. Huzzah indeed. We don't have any professional sports teams in Alabama, except once in a while we get a baseball game here and there from MLB. Oh, I never thought about that. There aren't any pro teams in the whole state of Alabama. That's crazy. Big Daddy says, "Hey, cutie pie." I say, "Hey." It's not my preferred name, cutie pie, but that's fine. I'll go by whatever. It doesn't matter. You never hear anybody call anybody ugly pie. More like, why did we not get the pie? What do you think happens when we are time in this earth explorers? What do you think happens when we are time in this earth? Oh, expires. What do you think happens when you die? That's what you're asking. I have no idea. I mean, I have plenty of ideas, but I don't know. And probably, well, I don't know. If anything happens after you die, I'll probably be surprised by what it is. If nothing happens if you die and you just like blankness, presumably like before you were born, well then obviously I won't be there to be surprised or not. What would I do for world peace? Nothing I could do that would cause world peace. And if you're talking about someone offering to exchange world peace for me doing yeah, well, I'd be a fool to believe this person. I'd be the world's most gullible guy. Do I like any of the episodes of the X-Files? Yeah, sure. I watched some X-Files. I enjoyed it. Some episodes more than others, for sure. The episode that first popped into mind is not even memorable because I enjoyed it. I don't really remember it very much, but I enjoyed this one line where they're going to investigate some inbred people in the South, and they refer to it as the War of Northern Aggression, the Civil War. I'd never heard that before. I was like, ha ha ha, that's a fantastic name for the Civil War. The War of Northern Aggression. It's accurate. People don't think of it that way. They're like, well, we had to save all the slaves. Well, you know, I'm not saying that slavery is not bad. I'm just saying I'm not sure that I kind of am in favor of the idea that she just said, see you later then. You want to go so bad, see you later. You know, why are you forcing people who don't want to be with you to be with you? There's not even like anything in the Constitution that says no state shall secede from the Union. What is the victory of a cat on a hot tin roof? I wish I knew. Just stand on it, I guess, as long as you can. Well, I think Tennessee Williams has overestimated the hotness of the roof. If it were really that hot, probably the cat wouldn't go on it. That's what I think. Instead, what you'd see up on the roof would be a fiddler. Fiddlers can withstand temperatures of up to 700 degrees Fahrenheit and up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. If you're measuring in Celsius, then the fiddler can stay longer on the roof, obviously. I mean, with a hotter temperature, without getting burned. They could stay up on the roof for, for any temperature if you're fine with them getting burned up. Obviously. But the fiddler presumably would get down from the roof. It got too hot on the roof. You know what I'm saying? Well, I didn't start the stream immediately upon eating the mushrooms. So now that you're measuring time of how long from when I ate the mushrooms, I don't know why I think somebody else would measure time that way. It makes sense for me to measure time that way in this context, not in general. It's like you would no longer want to continue measuring time against when you ate the mushrooms after the mushroom trip. That would be silly and pointless. You've never done any recreational drugs. Well, you might as well just say, I've never had any recreation. I got the mushroom yawns. This cracker high AF. I lied. I had done trenbolone. I don't even think that's a drug. I think you're just making up some word. Trenbolone. No, that's not a drug. Have you ever tried Tylenol? That is a drug. But it's not a recreational drug. You've done Bologna? I think that's some sort of a euphemism for penis. But if he's putting his penis on your chin, I think he's got some pretty poor aim. Well, Tuts, obviously, you can't handle talking about evolution because when I do, you just attack me. You don't make any points about evolution, you just make points about me. None of which are relevant, of course. So, I want to talk to you about it. You're not listening at all. And to the extent that you have any response to it, it's totally like disconnected from reality. I mean, even if you were sort of reasonable or something, you'd say, well, I don't have any good responses to you. I can't explain it, but I still have faith that those scientists are wiser than you about it. I think it's a perfectly reasonable position to have. Meow. Hello, Mr. Kitty. What a sweetie pie you are. I mean, an ugly pie. Big yawns for little Eric. I've got some serious mushroom yawn inclinations going on. I hate my wife. She doesn't let me watch football. I mean, that's on you, bro. Unless she's physically knocking you down and tying you up, that's on you. You have to learn to say, no, I'm going to meow. You have to sneak out in the middle of the night to watch football. There aren't any football games on in the middle of the night. Now my stomach acid's coming back. I think I am going to have to eat a couple of antacids. What made it come back all of a sudden? I wasn't thinking about it at all, which means it was, yeah. Oh, you live in Vietnam. Well, obviously. No, he can abuse me all he wants. It's like he's conceding defeat in some sense. It's like if you attack the guy who's telling the truth in ways that are not just irrelevant, but are dishonest fundamentally, then it's to your own disservice, you know? I could ban him. So in that sense, it could be the case that he doesn't get to do that and be around here. But I don't think really anything he did was ban worthy. Mostly I wonder who he is, like, because he obviously was around back in the day, and I wonder what name he went under then. I've had a lot of haters over the years, so I don't know if I remember, but you know, there's something about me that really pisses some people off. Well, I mean, I know when I'm pretending like I don't know what it is, that I can be very condescending. Pedantic is the word that was practically made for me. Well, of course, focusing your attention on why you don't like this guy or why this guy's attitude is bad or something means you're probably not listening to what I'm saying very much. Because you're paying attention to something else instead. Namely, how horrible I am. Well, it's like part of the reason why other people's abuse generally doesn't bother me at all is because who could possibly abuse me any more than I abuse myself? I am constantly saying, like, still I do this like throughout the day. Am I saying I hate myself? I wish I were dead. Which is not even true. It's like I don't know why I do it. Every time I have any kind of bad memory or anything that I don't like to think about, regardless of whether it was my fault or not, or even if I had anything to do with it. I say those things. It's so weird. Maladaptive response to trauma. I mean, some of it's deserved occasionally, like I've done some occasionally horrible things that make me, I'd say, well, that's a good reason to hate yourself. I mean, I don't want to give the wrong impression. They're not terrible, terrible things, except for like cheating on my first girlfriend, which is a terrible, terrible thing. But the rest of it is, other people might even think it's very minor. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff with my dad, but I try to remind myself that he was very, very difficult to deal with. It's hard for me to be a great son because he actively, or he wasn't going to be a helping cooperative partner in that process. Let's see here. So it looks like this mushroom trip is turning into, at least right now, one of those like insight mushroom trips. There are a finite number of categories of trip that mushroom trip falls into for me. Oh, I got the mushroom yawn so bad. I don't think you're attacking me right now, Tuts. What I mean by attacking me is, yeah, critiquing me instead of responding to what I say. I don't think anybody who's been party to the conversations would disagree with that assessment of it. It obviously upsets you a lot when I critique evolution. And it's not something I say like as a way of attacking you or something. I've encountered that plenty of times before. People can get very upset when you negate stuff that they don't treat simply as a position to be held until a better position affords itself, make yourself available. A lot of people think of it as like part of who they are. I It must be an FI thing. I'm not sure. Haters are gonna hate. That's true. Attacking is just a social construct. Okay, well, relevance isn't, so. But I am personality type does not change. One flips on healthy states. What's only temporary is always an eventual reversion to the mean. Okay. No, Mr. Bobby wasn't a hater. Henry. Mr. Bobby was someone who I realized was basically lying the whole time. It's like I thought he had these ridiculous positions because he was Christian. But then when I actually started to talk to him about Christianity, I realized, oh my God, he's just been bullshitting the whole time. Like, he holds these positions because he's fucking nasty and awful. Like, that has nothing to do with Christianity at all. When I talking about Christianity, he just revealed what a toxic mess of something he has labeled Christianity. I said, okay, well, it's fine when you were wrong, but one of the many different examples of somebody is like super Christian and accordingly is wrong about certain things because they try to make that into a meta frame that provides them information about stuff that has no business providing them information on, you know. Anyway, he wasn't that, you know. For him, it was like the Bible was a weapon. And he was consistently rude to people who came in and were new as well, which is not a good thing. But you know, that's something I'm gonna ban someone for. I banned him for being a for I banned him because all of his nasty was fundamentally dishonest. My mind's not closed, Tuts. You seem to you seem to get the not get the difference between negating and affirming. I'm negating something. I'm saying evolution does not explain speciation. Okay? If in fact evolution does explain speciation, then that's fine. But that's why I have to ask questions of people to figure out what they even think evolution is. And they don't know what it is. Obviously, nobody does because it's not anything as far as I can tell. I've got this. Winston's mom said that she emailed that lady. I don't know. Why am I even responding to you? It's like, I don't know. I don't even know if you know what you're saying is bullshit or not. You're such a Jeff Shaw. Oh my God. Like what a bunch of garbage is this, right? This is not one of those nights. You have a deep-seated belief in nonsense and you know it. I don't believe there is currently an explanation for speciation. It's not a deep-seated belief in nonsense. That's what you have. You have a passionate belief in this non-explanation as the answer to where things come from. Again, not understanding the difference between negating something and affirming something, which is not uncommon, of course. Just get out of here, Tuts. For fuck's sake. If you dislike me so much, you are willing to just project your own shit constantly on me, and just go someplace else. Why be here? If you want to pretend like you're helping me understand or something, well, that obviously nobody's gonna buy it because people other than you are capable of at least vaguely judging the quality of argumentation. And no, it would not be ruining my mushroom trip or atypical for it at all. Often I end up turning people into when I'm on mushrooms. The problem is, unlike when I'm not on mushrooms, when I'm not on mushrooms, I read and understand everything you say and listen to it before I respond to it, you know? And when I'm on mushrooms, I don't look at the chat very much. So when I'm on mushrooms, people can reasonably accuse me of doing a poor job of listening to them. But not when I'm not on mushrooms, because unlike 99% of the world, I read and understand completely what you say, and I'm actually decent enough to respond to it on point. You're not posing questions, Tuts. You're not posing any questions. Let's look at what you say here and see how many questions there are in it. It upsets me when you keep your mind closed. This is not one of those nights. You have a deep-seated belief in nonsense, and you know it. Just took a look. You took a path and can't turn around. That's absolutely not the case, dumbass. Again, critiquing me and ignoring everything I say, right? Note that none of those things you said were questions at all. There were every single thing in that thing. Well, that chat was a statement, as are almost all of the things you say. Statements about me rather than about anything about evolution at all. So when you say you want to talk about evolution, what you really want to say is you want to talk shit about me. And you want to come up with these make-believe justifications that I purportedly have for negating evolution. Note what I don't claim to have. An explanation for where a species comes from. That would be belief in nonsense. If I made the claim that I had an explanation and I don't actually have one. I'm not super fond of Islam either, and also I don't treat Muslim people any different than anybody else. Treat everybody the same, each individual as an individual, not as a member of a group. Make everyone non. I mean, I like the idea of Hamilton rules casting, and which is, as I understood it, not make everybody non-white, but rather cast the best actor for the part, regardless of their group identity or whatever. And the reason I like the idea of casting like that is because I expect to be cast as the old Negro. I want to be cast as the old Negro. Well, yes, sir, Mr. Judge, yes, sir. I want to be cast as that guy. This stage says, I believe we evolved from fish, but not monkeys. I like them apple scientist nerds. That's certainly possible that none of the best actors were white. But if they cast this show with no white people at all, then that's probably I misunderstood what their intention was there. Central banking is a terrible concept. Well, is it though? I'm not really sure. I'm not sure I have a position on central banking. I don't think I really have a position on it. Unlike most such stuff, I know what the correct positions on things are. In this instance, I guess I never really debated central banking before. I mean, in this context, I mean, as a debate coach, it never came into. It was never that close to any topic that I would need to have researched it extensively. I mean, I know I don't like the way the Federal Reserve infuses new currency into the economy, more currency. I don't like the way they quantitatively ease. I think they should quantitatively ease, but I don't like the way they do it. It's like, what is that even here for in the first place? Like, what was it about this channel? And go like, I want to watch that channel. I want to go on a live stream or something. It obviously wasn't me, because I can't think of anybody he has so clearly no respect for than me. These glasses, I just got you. And your arms are already, yeah. I don't know, this feelings of like, just kind of like my heart's racing, and I mean, I don't know if it is or not, but this feeling of like, I want to keep catching my breath, even though I'm not shy of breath or anything. Who knows why? For some reason, for the mushroom yawns, whatever reason that is. Do I really want to smoke a cigarette? Not really. I just wanted to go outside for a second. Meow yourself. Oh, did I break it? No, I didn't break it. I just bent it a little bit. I thought I broke it. So, I don't know. Does anybody want to... Touch is always doing psychoanalysis of me. Anybody want to explain to me why? What he could possibly care so much about something he clearly doesn't like at all? What, kitty? Okay. Alright, I'll come watch you eat. I'll be a good father. Come along, child. Okay, yeah, your plate's a little low on food, I get it. You like to have a full plate of food, not just little scraps left. Okay. I'm going to eat a little bit of sugar. I think I'm going to have low blood sugar. Do a little shake. Alright, I eat candy. Good. I'm so glad Rachel did not eat all the raisins. I get these raisins because when I'm going to eat a candy, I want to eat one of these delicious candies, not some random thing. Well, of course, here's a direct quote from Rachel. We have raisins? Or we had raisins? When I finished the last bag, she was like, wait a second, there was a raisin left? So obviously she gets into them, and I want to make sure that there's one there at least when I need to eat a candy or want to eat a candy. Glad there's a few left. Because that would be that would take like, oh, I'm actually going to eat a piece of candy. And I had to eat a lesser piece of candy, like, I don't know, like Jolly Rancher or something. That'd be kind of sad. Well, the Jolly Ranchers aren't good. Jolly Ranchers are pretty good. Like, you see talent wasted? Well, I don't think there's any dispute about that. But I would also point out that that's not an argument about evolution. It doesn't matter how many different ways you critique or otherwise say things about me, none of them are arguments about evolution. Well, I don't doubt that I have heaps more wasted talent than Touch does. That's invariable, I mean unavoidable, because you have to have a large amount of talent to begin with to waste it. But the good news is, my negation of evolution is not a matter of talent at all. It's just a matter of the truth. You know? If I were talented enough, maybe I wouldn't have believed it for like 30 plus years. I believe that I didn't understand. I don't know how I could have believed something I don't understand with the explanation for where the pieces came from. Well, I mean, actually there are plenty of things that I believe they're predicated on something underneath that I don't understand. But that's mostly like computer stuff, astrophysics stuff. You know, tech stuff, right? I don't mean like high tech. It could be like a refrigerator. I don't really understand how a refrigerator works. I mean, I kind of do. You know, tubes of Freon going around in circles. Regardless, I don't really understand how refrigerators work. So what I said before about why I would believe something I don't understand, the reason I said that there is evolution is it purports to be an explanation of something. A refrigerator, on the other hand, does not purport to be an explanation. It's just a refrigerator. It's a way to keep your food cold. And it's for people who don't like warm food. You have got to do something with this hot plate of food. I am not eating this. You put it into a refrigerator. Make it get colder. I think if you ever skip evolution was you are kind of believing. Again, Touch, I don't make any statements about me, right? I don't think that me is an explanation for anything, a justification for anything. You know? In this instance, because of the talent wasted thing you said, I did talk about my talent. And then I point out that being right about evolution is not a matter of talent. It has to do with talent. Arguments don't have anything to do with talent or anything else, right? They are what they are. Explanations purport to, no explanation necessarily must do the things explanations do, or else it's not an explanation. And that reality is not about me. But never was about me. Even, it doesn't matter how many subjective things I might have associated with it, that reality, the argumentation is what it is, independent of me, right? But I understand that you don't understand that. You're like, oh, you think the house burned down because of this? Well, I think you just want it to be that way. I mean, is what you would say to a fire investigator. It doesn't matter what I want, right? Or what I think of myself or don't think of myself. None of those things have anything to do with evolution or species or anything. And the thing is, if you cared at all about the truth, you respond to what I say about evolution rather than telling me what I feel about myself and stuff. Or you just be honest with yourself. You'd be like, you know what? I'm not up to this. This isn't my wheelhouse. I'm not that great at arguing. I don't want to take on this task. And a number of other things you could do by still maintaining your belief in something that you don't understand without putting it on me. You know, an honest thing to say would be, I still believe you're wrong, Eric, but I can't say why. I don't know why you're wrong, but you are somehow, and some expert would be able to tell you why you're wrong. Like, that would be an honest way of addressing a situation. That would still allow you to cling to the idea that I'm wrong, and that somebody else would be capable of doing the job that you're not capable of doing. That'd be honest and fair, right? It wouldn't be trying to make up shit about me. Instead, you're trying to make up reasons why I'm wrong when you don't have any such things. It's like okay, you don't have any reasons why what I'm saying is wrong. The things you're making up are still not reasons what I'm saying is wrong. Even if what you were saying was completely true, which is just pulled straight from your ass, but it's like, not only can you not come up with arguments as to why what my arguments are wrong, you can't even make up arguments that might explain why I'm wrong without coming up with irrelevant garbage. So at some point you have to just say, oh, you know what? Eric may not be right about this, but he understands very, very much more than I do. I'm just, the thing is, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just posing and presenting some alternative ways that you could have dealt with this besides just, I mean, cause it's not like you're anything, it's not like you're fooling anybody, right? You're certainly not fooling me into feeling whatever you want me to feel. But you're not. I'm confident you're not fooling anybody else either. Although I could be wrong about that. Underestimating the dumbness of others has got me in trouble before. Big yawns for little Eric. I am feeling better having eaten that chocolate though. I definitely needed that. Keep that in mind next time I'm feeling jittery, like shaky like that. The solution is as simple as eat a piece of candy. That's nice. I remember my grandma used to do that occasionally when her blood sugar would get low. She'd eat a piece of candy. So, sometimes, even if you're on like a no sugar diet, sometimes sugar is exactly what you need. It's not like your body completely loses all ability to process sugar. It just can't keep up if you eat a lot of it. I mean, I'm no cult leader or anything. I don't have anything except the best arguments. That's all I have. I obviously can't make other people. I can't change other people's minds with the best arguments. All I can do is present the best arguments. And the way I know they're the best arguments is because anytime someone presents one better, I swap out my old one for that. Like any sensible person would. It's that simple, right? I've been doing that for decades. So obviously, I rarely encounter better arguments anymore. I don't care about this argument or that argument. I care about it being the best argument. If it's less than that, then replace it immediately. But I don't think that speaking more truth at you is going to help, Toots. You know, whether the truth be about me or the world, you're not going to like it because, from your perspective, it just seems like me once again demonstrating how full of myself I am. The more significant the truth, the more it bothers you. I don't know what to do about it other than just tell you the truth because it's the only tool I have, really. It's like I'm not good at pretending in order to manage your perceptions or whatever. The only tool I have is correctness. It's not very popular, obviously. And you may be one example of why it's unpopular. I'm not sure how common your problem is. But it's definitely your problem and not mine. I mean, I'm just doing my job. I'm just being me all the time. You are far too concerned with me being me, and it's gotten you in a bit of a ontological mess here. You should remember that unlike me, being correct isn't important to you. And that's very liberating. You don't have to be relentlessly objective about everything. And it's okay to just feel your feelings. You don't have to displace them onto me. I may have been responsible to some extent for your bad feelings with my dismissive tone and stuff. But again, it's just me being me. Unfortunately, I try to improve my FE a little bit as I've gotten older. I try to put myself in other people's shoes. I try to improve my FI, put myself in other people's shoes more. But it's difficult because I'm correct in a world that's mostly not, and it doesn't value correctness, just whether things work or not, right? So it's valued as whether things work. Understandably, there's no particular reason why anybody should be so heavily prioritized the objective, like being objective. It makes much more sense to be subjective because you know what you want, how to get it, things like that. That's what life's about, really. Instead, or option B, you can live life like Eric. Be relentlessly objective about everything, absolutely hate yourself, be correct, and no one care or listen. How about that? You'd prefer option B? Go ahead and take it, but it won't do you any good because you can't pretend. You can't fool reality. You know. Even if you can fool yourself, even if you can fool other people, at the end of the day, you can't fool reality. And it's a fool errand trying to fool anybody. Just authenticity can be painful. Reality can be painful. I know I certainly avoid things that I'm afraid of. But in general, just any kind of deception, it's you're only hurting yourself. Being deceptive, being dishonest, whether it's you understand that you're being dishonest or whether it's just a maladaptive, like, triggered response that it just happens without any kind of epistemics is probably the case. I don't know. I'm not mad at you or anything, Tuts. I find you yet another example of a problem that repeats over and over and over again. And I'm more compassionate now than I used to be. And less inclined to just blaming you or calling you stupid. So Tuts, I want to stress that the reason I'm talking about you is because that's the topic right now. You are the topic. You've been trying to make me the topic when the topic was evolution. And that made you, in some sense, interesting, like trying to figure out what's the source of this pathology, since you don't appear to be TI polar. And accordingly, now I'm talking about you specifically. Now, because that's the topic, there's nothing wrong with talking about you. It's the only thing that's relevant. If I were now to talk about evolution, that would be irrelevant, right? Because the topic is you. You understand how that works? I say, well, Eric, you just psychoanalyzing me like I was doing. You were never psychoanalyzing me. You were just using your thinly veiled, stupid, passive-aggressive bullshit. And just saying to me, I don't like you. I'm not smart like you, and I wish I was. I'm jealous of you, and I hate you. Why don't you just say that? It's not fun being like me at all, by the way. If you think it's good being like this, you're fucking lying to yourself. When you think you want to be like this, you don't. It's a trap, right? Oh, I want to be the most correct person. It's totally a trap. Because then, literally, everybody else is wronger than you. And people love to not listen to me. They love that more than anything. Because obviously they're protecting who they are in the status quo. They're not concerned at all about what I think is important, namely that you use words well and precisely to convey information rather than express yourself or attack somebody else without any justifications or warrants beyond just your bullshit you pull out of your ass. As you can see, now you can accuse me of not listening to you, Tuts. I'm not listening to you. I'm also not listening to anybody else. And you can totally accuse me of that. Because I'm not really reading the chat. I looked at it right now, but no, I don't listen, I don't care if I'm smart or not. That's what I've explained many times. Um, that I care about being correct, not about stupid irrelevance, that shit, like being smart. You think I'm smart. That's what I'm saying. Not that. I mean, I also think I'm reasonably smart, but that, like, caring about that is the number one missing the point of all, right? You can't, there's nothing good that happens of some genius being wrong, right? You're just missing the thing that matters at all. Like, if you were going hunting, you got two hunters. One of them says, well, I shot this bear. The other one says, well, I shot more bullets than you did, so I win the hunting contest. Shooting bullets and missing is not a good way to win a hunting contest. That's just an ammunition wasting contest winner. And the point is, you think, like, oh, Eric thinks he made that bear and it's his bear or something. I just shot the fucking thing. It made itself, as always. Yeah. Oh, Eric's so proud of himself, thinks he makes bears. I do not think I make bears. You might think I make bears, but I just think I shoot them. And then I describe the bear to you. And you say, oh, you don't know what the bear looks like, Eric. It's just your ego. You're just so proud of yourself. You think you can describe a bear, but really, you're just describing your own insecurity. No, I'm telling you, it's a large furry mammal. It's got four legs. You don't know what a bear looks like. I'm looking at it right now, motherfucker. You don't even know what, you don't have a bear. You don't have anything like a bear. You just want to have bears. Like, bro, doesn't matter what I want. Like, how I feel, whatever about myself. All that shit's irrelevant when it comes to whether or not my description of a bear is accurate. I'd probably be wildly less accurate in my describing a bear than I am in anything that I'm saying now, or across the board about things I do talk about. Or unlike a lot of people, unlike a shocking amount of people, I decide to not talk about things that I don't know anything about. I'm able to tell the difference between things that I know about and things that I don't know about. Describing a bear falls in a gray area, kind of in between the two things. I could probably accurately describe a bear, but I'd really be listing its like attributes rather than describing it exactly. The difference being like starting at the hindquarters, you see a lovely brown, and zooming in, it becomes increasingly clear that you're looking at fur, the fur of the bear. I guess that would be more like describing the bear rather than simply listing its things about it. Like it has four legs. I'd be describing a bear rather than that bear. So in that regard, describing a bear is not one of my strong suits. If you want me to describe a specific bear, even if you wanted me to describe a general bear, I just don't understand the point of describing things unless it's necessary for some explanation. Like, I'll name things and label them, but there's no point in describing things because I don't care about what things look like. Those bear looks, I just tune out right there. I don't care how it looked. It looked like a bear, you know? It looked so beautiful, standing there with his beautiful fur, shining in the sunlight. I don't care what it looked like. As soon as you said bear, what I got there is your generic bear. That's all it needs to be. Don't try to make it be a special bear that looks special or something. Just let it be just generic bear. Oh no, this bear had a bright white spot on the middle of its back. God damn it. You've ruined my generic bear. Why? I don't want a bear to have a white spot on it. It's not part polar bear. Just keep your descriptions of specific bears out of my yard, out of my universalist yard. The particularists came by again today. Each of them had their own little personal thing that they made. Wasn't that wonderful? Like, or dead, more like dead. Like Joe, he did that thing where you have those stakes, and Bobby, he was a magician. These are like little things that you are into, like eating your own snot or something. Not to talk that much shit about magicians or people who, I mean, magicians is kind of cool, I guess, if your trick is really like, what? How did you do that? Then that's kind of cool. But that stick thing, why? Why are you doing that? You know what I'm talking about? It's like you got two sticks and you have a third stick that you hit it back and forth with. What an incredibly dumb thing to do. Oh my God. Now, keep in mind, I did learn how to juggle and can juggle. Three things in the most basic form of juggling, not anything fancy, okay? But that's, juggling is the same thing as the sticks. Except juggling at least is cooler. Like you don't look quite as. I mean, is there really any point in drawing distinctions? You're just splitting hairs. Juggling and those sticks are in the same category. Over here in the cesspool of incredibly stupid things to do. Like, why are you playing with those physical objects. Just put them down. You don't need to do that. You can ignore those objects safely. It turns out they weren't that important after all. All right, so now that we're doing away with those sticks and juggling, we can also put it in the category of those balls. You go like this and, ooh, it's sticking to the back of my hand or something. You know, just no. This was a poor choice. We've gone down a poor choice road here. Why did you think that was a good idea to begin with? You don't know. But now you have that thing, just throw it in the trash. It's just chalk it up, chalk the L up, chalk it up to experience, take the L, and just throw it in the trash. Just throw it away. Also, you probably also bought these other objects, just throw them away as well. Things like Rubik's Cube or any variation thereof just go straight into the trash. Hacky sack needs to go into the trash before you embarrass yourself. One of those hats with the little bells on it. One of those three bell hats. You go straight into the trash. Why you ever got that? The only acceptable reason to have one of those things is because you're making fun of people who wear those hats, and you're doing a skit, and you're playing the role of one of those guys, and then it requires you to have that hat, you know. The only reason you would ever want to buy that hat is because it's a necessary prop for a skit. If you bought that hat for any other reason, well, you need to put it in the trash before it does any more damage. Just put that right in the trash. Along with any swords or axes that you might have hanging on the wall, those goes right into the trash. Just throw them away. I don't know what you were thinking either. Things that go right in the trash. Just don't even bother separating them for recycling or anything. Just put them directly into the trash. Even if your Rubik's Cube is made out of glass, don't even put it in a glass recycling. Just put it into the trash. Just so you know, this is where that thing belongs, in the trash. It has no purpose beyond this moment, besides just going to the landfill. There's nothing else we can do with it. That's how irredeemably bad this object was. It's kind of like radioactive waste. But even then, you could maybe try to generate power off of it if it were radioactive enough. Whereas a Rubik's Cube, there's nothing you can do with it except throw it in the trash. It has no other purpose. It's not even good at being thrown in the trash because if it were, it would be a ball rather than a cube. Rubik's Cube, so pointless, it's not even good at being thrown in the trash. Like, it's the same puzzle. It never changes, right? It's one puzzle. Make these squares line up, whatever. And it's not like something you can figure out, like a proof or something in geometry. It's something where you got to learn. First you move this over there, then you do this everything over there. It's a bunch of TE. It's a bunch of fucking TE. It's a cube of solid TE. Just throw it straight into the trash. That has no business being on this earth. Just throw it into the trash. I don't want anything to do with your Rubik's Cube. Get out of here, you. Okay. Now that we've properly put the Rubik's Cube in its place, like, look how fast I can do it. I do it so fast. How much time have you wasted practicing doing this stupid thing? So much time you've spent making this cube go around different ways. It's like, I get it. People do lots of pointless stuff in life, like go skiing, for example. Like I like to ski. You start at the bottom of the hill, you end at the bottom of the hill. Why not just stay down there? One might well ask. If your goal is to get to the bottom of the hill, I got a news flash for you. You're already there. But nothing, the Rubik's Cube is orders of magnitude more pointless than skiing. Skiing is fun. It's like exercise, kind of like a sport. It's got a lot of things going for it. You get to see the beautiful mountain, lots of things going for it. You can just ride easy slopes so you don't have to tire yourself out. You can modify it to your personal preference. Unlike the Rubik's Cube. Let's say you want a Rubik's Cube that's a little bit less rigid in its angles. Let's say you want a few 60-degree angles, a few 100-degree angles. Nope. Rubik's Cube won't accommodate you at all. You get nothing but 90-degree angles. Also, think about this. It takes 2 hands to use a Rubik's Cube. 2. Both of your hands are occupied, so they can't do anything more useful than they can't do anything more useful than doing a Rubik's Cube. It steals both of your hands. You could talk while doing a Rubik's Cube, I guess, unless you have to pay a lot of attention to the Rubik's Cube. I'm not sure how much attention I have to pay to it, or whether that's inconsistent with talking. Like some kinds of things you can do 2 kinds of attention at once. Other kinds of things you can't. Like, I can fiddle with my clothes and do this. That's fine. I could, like, walk and talk, drive and talk. Those are pretty consistent. Like, those you can do at the same time. But even then, you're not really paying attention to the sensory part if you're talking. And for me, anyway. It's just you're on autopilot. It's unconscious. Other kinds of attention, no way. Like Rachel could not possibly be having this phone conversation while also writing me a letter. She'd have to either be pretending to listen to the other person. Can you imagine her talking to somebody about one thing and then writing me a letter about something else at the same time? It would have to be a trick she'd practiced. It couldn't be an authentic letter. And even I don't think you could even do that as a trick you practice. Obviously, you can do lots of things like that as practiced fusings, like playing the drums, right? You can do meow 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 by yourself. You can do meow 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 by yourself, and with practice, you can make the combination of the two one thing intentionally, fusing them like that, because that's what it's That's what it's like when you're playing the drums, for example. You're not to successfully have the things going together. It doesn't mean now you can pay attention to both separately at the same time. You've done a packaging together of two things into one. So there's not much true multitasking in life, essentially. But there is some, if you include the stuff that shifts to unconscious, but is sort of conscious. Like, you know, you can SE on autopilot with a kind of like a wake up if there's a change of significance. So if there's a big fire in front of me, that's gonna stop me mid sentence and go, well, I don't know what I was just talking about, but now I'm paying attention to the fire. So I think what Seth is probably experiencing right now is how frustrating it is to deal with me when I'm on mushrooms because I'm not listening to him at all, right? Not reading anything he says, don't care what he says. Well, this is what they call a taste of your own medicine, Tets. You don't listen to me at all. Oh, the mushroom yawns. Even when it's not a yawn per se, it's the same thing, but not in a slightly non-yawn format. A slightly non-yawn format. It's a good expression. The yawn in a slightly non-yawn format is a good sentence. Makes you wonder what it is referring to. Well, obviously, it's a yawn in a slightly non-yawn format that apparently is unnamed, or else it probably wouldn't be. Well, you could just be defining it, I guess. So there might be reasons why you'd say that are not, that don't require you to link the it to its antecedent. All right, so unfortunately the TV went to sleep. I also wasn't paying, not only was I not paying attention to you, all of you, and what you're saying, I also was not paying attention to the TV or the computer, both of which went to sleep. And the TV was like, I'm going to go back to, since you don't have any signal coming from HDMI 3, I think it's a good idea to go back to that place, which is nobody ever wants to be. This screen, right? Oh, just leave me on HDMI 3 and be confused. Like, but there's no signal. Just have a question mark there or something. Don't bring me back to this dumb place where I have to push the side of the TV to make it go down to the right thing. HDMI 3. Let's see what's going on here. And the old chatteroo. No Sage says, I checked no because I was scared, not because I didn't like the girl. I don't know what that's all about. Thank you for giving me your insights, and it's truly beautiful at Winston's mom. At Winston's mom, Henry Rose, I'm sure you meant at Eric for his wonderful, insightful talking he's been doing. I mean, Winston's mom, are you being insightful? You know you're not supposed to have concurrent insight with me. You keep your insight to when I'm not being insightful. Well, that's good to hear, guys. I appreciate the feedback on jokes, because you know people always want people want to be praised. They want to do and be praised at stuff that they're not naturally very good at. It links to the reality of a third flat scorekeeper function. Like, I'm happiest when people compliment my music in comedy or pay attention to it even. Um, People want like typology stuff. I'd be excellent at producing those kind of videos, but I don't want to do that. It's boring because it's in my wheelhouse too much. Something like that. Well, I mean, also, it's just another reason why I don't like explaining certain things is because I get just this mindless pushback. I get nothing but mindless pushback. So it's like the thoughtful people who have any possible positive impact on, they'll just remain silent because they're like, that really makes me think. And all I get in response are just mindless dolts. There's your feelings, Eric. Here they are. Look at them. Yes, those supposed to be my feelings, huh? Okay. Yes, and that's why. You and your feelings. Me and my feelings is why, huh? Why not? More like it. Why you're not right. Because of your feelings. Because you think you're so great. So my feelings and thoughts, not my words. Well, my thoughts and my words are the same. Yes, they are the same. Your words are exactly what I'm going to ignore. I don't care what you said. Here's what's really going on with you psychologically, Eric. You think you're so fancy. You just can't stand it. It would break you if you were ever to admit you were wrong. Oh, you and your passions, lack thereof, emotions, feelings, they're what's responsible for you being wrong. And nothing to do with your words at all. Your words don't even deserve me paying attention to them. That's how wrong they are. Why would I pay any attention to something I already know is wrong? I don't need to understand it to understand that it's wrong. In fact, I very much need to not understand it to understand that it's wrong. Listen, I'm not in the habit of understanding things. Okay, I'm more of an overstander, an around stander, anything but under. What I do is know, and what I know is that you, sir, are wrong. You're wrong because of your ego, your emotions, your feelings, and a lot of other irrelevant stuff. That's why you're wrong. But my precious words. What about my precious words? I'm not going to pay any attention to your precious words at all. They mean nothing at all to me. Because why? Because of your emotions and your ego, Eric. Your psychological problems, what you need, what you don't need, your insecurities, etc. Those are the reasons why I won't listen to anything you say. It absolutely has nothing to do with me. It's all on you, Eric. You're why I won't listen to anything you say. Doesn't matter what you say. I am either ill-equipped or ill-intentioned toward listening to anything you say. If I wanted to listen to you say things, Eric, why would I come to your YouTube channel? Obviously, just to help you. To help you realize how deluded you are. You deluded fool, Eric. Someday, maybe you'll understand why you are so wrong. That's just an ongoing theme of things in life that frustrate me, though. It happens periodically in stores or something. Like, okay, sir, you're getting upset. First of all, for that to happen, you've already not listened to my words multiple times. And second, and more importantly, my feelings aren't relevant to anything, for fuck's sake. I checked a bunch of subjective, personal stuff that I wouldn't even bother talking about because it's not interesting at all. There's nothing that universalizes about it. Like, I still do talk about it. Like, today I pooped. I guess if you can connect with other people over a shared poop experience, like, you ever get one of those poops? Then I guess it plays on some level. But there's plenty of super particular stuff that, like, I don't know, like, the way it's hard to think of anything that is, like, that couldn't possibly resonate with anybody. But, the way I like to go to sleep is not something that is useful information to anybody. It doesn't generalize. It might be interesting to a few really weird people, but it's super particularist. So even when I'm referencing how I like to go to sleep, I'm not gonna actually describe how I like to go to sleep. That would be too much particularism in this set of discourse. I used to be funnier than I am now. Kind of makes me sad. I mean, I'm still just as funny in terms of, like, possible peak and valley, which is, like, kind of independent of the person in some way, but I mean, I'm not funny not funny very often. I'm not in a joking mood as much as I used to be. Sometimes I guess I am. I don't know. It's hard for me to really know. I have a terrible time keeping track of my moods. Like, was I in a joking mood before? I don't even remember what the last dream was about at all. Or it was this morning, I remember that one. I don't know, the point is I don't keep track of a lot of particular stuff. And when it comes to my feelings, it's especially difficult to keep track of, I'm consciously trying to. Which is going to be which I'm not, you know, until it comes time for me to say something about I'm not in the mood to joke as much as I used to be. And then I realize, wait, am I even keeping track of what mood I'm in and the frequency of those moods? No, I'm not. So I could just be making just statement here that's unsubstantiated, but by anything other than just my general, you know, grouping of it. this argument was achieved by general grouping. Okay, so I could be wrong, but I think it's true that I feel like making jokes and stuff. Or you could say feel funny, but not like in a oh I feel funny sense. Um, yeah, I feel funny less often, but I could be wrong about that. Maybe I feel funny more often. Maybe I feel funny way more often, and I'm just, my group is just way off. That's why you shouldn't group. I mean, the point is, you shouldn't make statements based on groups. So, like, I'm making a statement about feeling, feeling funny less often. Can I really substantiate that? I don't think so. So, you know, that's why you shouldn't make statements about your feelings unless you have good access to that data. And as FI4 person, SI4, I'm not great at keeping track of them. Yeah, I ain't feeling anything, but I'm very bad at keeping track of my feelings. So therefore, you're gonna have to take that statement with a lot of grains of salt. Okay. Now I'm beginning to think, in fact, I do feel funny a lot more often than I used to. I just don't make any jokes. But but inside I feel hilarious. I feel hilarious a lot more often than I used to, but I don't make jokes as much as I used to. Like you could measure something like how often you make jokes or how many jokes you make. What day of the week is it and what time is it? Oh, it's fine. It's not that late. I'm not being that loud. It's like, why am I even worried about it? Because I'm just talking in a normal volume. What was I talking about? Something important. Oh, I don't know. Last thing I remember talking about is just the reality that you can measure. That's right. You can measure how many jokes you make, but you can't measure how how funny you feel inside. It's an immeasurable. You could give it. I mean, you could put whatever names you want on a spectrum. Like, okay, well, I feel blue level funny, which is actually surprisingly pretty high up. But that's very different than four. You know, I count four jokes. Good, bad, doesn't matter. We're not going to evaluate quality, just count them. Well, four is much better kind of data than I feel very funny as opposed to very, very funny at the moment, right? That's not very that's not very useful data. Except in some kind of like horrible soft science self-reporting sociology bullshit way. In a study of 100 people, blue funny, blue level funny was the most commonly reported feeling of funny among the people surveyed. It's not very useful information. I mean, it's kind of useful. it tells you that people felt funnier than orange, which is not very funny, obviously. Brown's above blue, because brown's a little bit funnier than blue. And gray naturally at the top of the funny scale. If something's gray funny, and it's like, oh my God, that's hilarious. But people felt blue funny. There were two levels above that. Let's see. All right, there was brown, and then there was gray. So that's two levels. There's two levels of funny about blue. And when you get below blue, then it's kind of you get into unfunny territory, like orange, red, and then green is really unfunny. And then the most catastrophically unfunny of all is teal. When you get something that's teal level funny, it's a lot like going to a San Jose Sharks game. At first, it's kind of cute, but then you're like, why did I do this? There's just teal everywhere I look. And people terrible at playing hockey. If the San Jose Sharks were any good at playing hockey, their tickets would be more than they're super cheap. It's like $27 for the best seats or something. Oh, we got a sale right now. Beginning of the season, kickoff. Bring your friends. San Jose Sharks, right now at the beginning of the season, the only time anybody has any even remote notions that you're going to make the playoffs. You'll be 3-26 before we know it. So you got terrible team colors. Your name is just boring. It's just whatever. I guess you get alliteration. San Jose starts with an S, and so does Sharks. Well, good for you, alliteration. Why did you come up with a cool name for your hockey team? Not just Sharks. We're the San Jose Sharks. Sounds like little kids came up with the name. Ooh, sharks are cool. We want to be sharks. They're tough. Doesn't it totally seem like little kids came up with San Jose Sharks name? Anyway, what would be a cool name for them? Well, you could take any of the names from my fantasy football teams that would be better, such as a touchdown party would be a strange name for a hockey team. I'll admit that. Touchdown party's not a great name for a hockey team. But the other two names would be better than the Sharks. The Ponderosa, which granted I stole from Bonanza. I'm going to admit that. Or So Delightful. That would be a good team name. The San Jose is So Delightful. You get your alliteration still. They both start with S. I don't like it when teams have one abstract noun, like the spirit, the heat. I don't like that. The justice, the charity. Like, stop. Those aren't names for a team. Your team name should be about something that has agency, like the Stormfront. Don't pick that one. I think that's a neo-Nazi one, a neo-Nazi thing. But you get the idea. Something that does action of some sort. It could be the postman. They bring you your mail. And that could be their motto. Even when we suck, we still bring you your mail. You're outside your house. wonder why the sports team is bringing in your mail. Oh, you shouldn't be wondering. They're called the postman. I didn't think a genius to figure that one out. Like, you can't even complain about it. You just say, the postman is bringing me my mail. People go, yeah, I am. I think they're keeping some of it. They're just keeping any mail that you might receive that's critical of their sports team. Like the anti the postman brigade sends out a mail, then they'll keep that one. Other than that, they're letting all your mail go through. You might wonder, well, what are they doing at the post office? They give you the same answer every time. They're the postman. What do you expect them to be? The postman would be a good info team. The crossing guards. The Charlotte crossing guards. You have your alliteration. They both start with a C. The Charlotte crossing guards. There's a team I would go see. I don't even care what sport it is. Unless it's a sport of crossing the street safely. I don't want to watch that. That'd be the most boring sport ever. Crossing the street safely. Well, I mean, unless it's at a spot that's very difficult to cross the street safely, like a freeway or something. But I wouldn't want to watch that. If we were just normal crossing the street safely, in a crosswalk with a crossing guard, and some of those things that drop down for trains too. And I would be on a street where there's no car traffic. And then that's maximal safety. Crossing the street. I've changed my mind. I do want to watch it. Oh, God. The person yelling at me. Like that meme that shows Alice in Wonderland. We're all mad here. She says, at me? Yeah, well, that's likely the FE person, right? Right? How can you possibly be FE if you're doing that gross shit in front of us all? Well, because you guys are family. It's fine. We can be a little bit gross around each other. Like, you guys are probably grosser around me than I am around you. I didn't even notice. So I was thinking, coming into this mushroom trip, that, like, okay, I'm in this kind of reflected mood where I've been feeling a lot of stress, anxiety, also, general, like, bad memory trigger. Like, bad memories trigger me saying I hate myself. I've been doing that a lot. And I just thought, well, it'd probably be that kind of mushroom trip. And it was for a while. But really, it was just to explain touch to touch. Has this happened before? Isn't that the first time that I've spent at least part of a mushroom trip explaining somebody to themselves while not listening to them at all. An explanation they did not enjoy, I'm sure. But I don't feel bad about it afterwards, even. And the reason is, these people that I'm saying this to, they never listen to me. This is the, what do you call it? Anomalous data. There's a certain word I'm looking for. Well, that's it. I have Alzheimer's disease. That's what I think. Every time I forget a word. Oh, there it is. Proof positive. I've got Alzheimer's disease. What a bummer. Today's a sad face day. Why? Because today's the day that I got Alzheimer's disease. I'm not sure where I caught it, but I couldn't remember the other word that I was thinking of. It was kind of like anomalous. And I still can't think of it. Proof positive that I have Alzheimer's disease. But I'll be honest, I'm not trying very hard to think of it. I gave up pretty much right away. So maybe I'm being a little bit of a blamey blamers, trying to blame everything on the Alzheimer's disease, when really it's my fault and I should hate myself. Things that Eric actually thinks sometimes. Because I don't actually think that per se. TI tool, I cannot tell any kind of lie. I have to correct myself if I think it's misleading. I see some being like, well, Eric, you're not really looking at it from a personal responsibility perspective. Where did, like, how can we hate ourselves about this? I think we can figure it out. It's your fault, I'm sure, Eric. It usually is. You continually fuck up. I think things like that all the time. That's about life in the real world, right? Like, I default to, oh my god, someone's mad at me. I fucked up, I'm in trouble. It's ridiculous. There's nobody to get me in trouble. You're a good kitty. Anyway, all that stuff, that's about, like, ultimately, subjectivity, particular stuff. Really more particularist and subjective than how you feel about yourself. It's not interesting to anybody else, I'm sure. And it's not any surprise that I'm bad at that. But self-loathing is a maladaptive response to trauma. And it should be extinguished to the extent that that's possible. The problem is, like, I always tell myself, stop saying that, Eric. I think, wow, just another reason to hate myself, because I can't stop saying I hate myself. What a catch-22 that is. But I actually appreciate the Eric that says stop saying that. I don't hate myself about that at all, actually. Because ultimately, we can understand things as adaptive or maladaptive behaviors, right? Unless you're trying to understand an explanation, in which case that kind of garbage is irrelevant. God, people in there, well, you just think you read because, just stop it already. Who cares what I think about myself? It doesn't matter. And what I'm saying. Well, I get it. People have their own maladaptive behaviors, and that's one of them. Because it's some kind of displacement. Or maybe it's adaptive, Maybe if you just, it was always about the other person. Maybe you live in peaceful bliss. I don't know. What I do know is that whatever it is I was talking about outside was hilarious. I'm not sure what it was, but I don't think that has anything to do with Alzheimer's disease. Don't worry, everybody. You might say, but Eric, consistency. What? When I'm on mushrooms, I don't really remember my mushroom fish very well. I don't know why. I think that I'm too in the moment to be noting it or something. I'm not sure. Nobody ever explained to me why it is that I can't remember my mushroom fish very well. Not even Doctor Explains a Lot could explain it. He has a habit of trying to explain things he does not understand. Doctor Explains a Lot. He's a poor representative of the explaining community. How does a dam work to generate electricity? Well, inside the dam, the part that separates the water, the hydrogen and oxygen. Now, give me a minute. No. Hydrogen by itself generates electricity. So, we have to capture that electricity from the hydrogen before it reconnects with the oxygen to become water again, and that's what you see spouting out the other side. It's water with its electrical current removed, which we then use to power our homes and so forth. Another wonderful explanation by Doctor Explains a Lot. Oh my God, I had no idea that's how electric dams work. I call them hydroelectric. The hydro stands for water. And there's a key right there. The water is critical to how they generate the electricity. In principle, the same thing would work with sand, of course. And sand is just water in a different state. But the problem with sand is it's hard to keep a perpetually flowing sand river because when the sand falls on the mountains as rocks from the sky, it just stays that way. It doesn't melt like ice does. So you're thinking, why are they doing this with water and not sand? First of all, that's good thinking. Second of all, that's why. All that explanation there. It's hard. Well, there aren't that many in the world. There aren't that many sand rivers. At least not ones that flow all year round. Could we make a sand reservoir? Well, sure you could. Sure you could. That would be a good way to increase your flow, but eventually, your dams need to split the sand particles into H's and O's. Well, you'd run out of sand. Tell you what's one thing we're never going to run out of. Air. It may not be breathable, but it'll still be air. And we'll have plenty of it. Even though we all use it quite recklessly. I breathe it in and out. I don't even pay any attention to it. I don't try to conserve it at all. A good joke to play on somebody. And you hold your breath. What are you doing? Conserving air. I'm an air conservationist. There aren't a lot of places in the world, but I am an air conservationist. I believe that we need to keep our precious air for later. What about future generations and their need to breathe air? Peak 1 to 2 hours for a trail with peak visual. I don't really have a lot of visuals. Not usually. Or if I do, I'm not paying attention to them. Things I know mushrooms make things look crisper, by which I mean the gene editor makes things look like the gene editor crisper. Not more crisp, but just to clarify. If you've never seen the gene editor crisper, well, then I guess that simile won't be informative to you. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. You stay here. Are you seriously streaming? It has to be more than 94 minutes. It must to reset. It's 10:20. I wish I had made a note of what time it was when I ate them, so I can know how sad to be. Oh, I'm coming down. I probably am coming down. You have to go up to 12 hours for a lingering sense of calm, fatigue, or mood improvement. I'm calm and in a good mood, but it could just be fatigue. It could just be fatigue masking itself as calm. I don't think that mushrooms make me feel fatigued. I do know that I get a good night's sleep after I take them, usually. I mean, When I take them, I might not go to bed until sometime after they wear off. But hey, Kiramoto, didn't know you were here. Nice to see you. You have a nice time in bed. Oh, now Tuts knows whether I have wasted my mushrooms or used them wisely. I think that's up to me as to whether I enjoyed my trip or not. It doesn't really. I mean, in this particular trip, you were the object of a lot of insight. That's happened plenty of times before with other haters, But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. I still enjoyed it. I find that the insightful part of the trip and the hilarious part of the trip. Did I eat something? Oh yeah, I ate cheese. Good. Good for me. See, I was almost unconscious, right? Paying very little attention to the eating thing. So I almost don't remember doing it, Technician marks. You can pay attention in an unconscious way, and what that means is you won't remember it. And you can see a practical way that plays out. There's a slightly different meaning of things, but with driving, it's so involved in a conversation or in your thoughts that you miss the exit. In that case, you're so much paying attention to action of some kind, either talking to somebody, or I guess it's not necessarily action if you're remembering stuff, mental stuff like that. Inside your head, it's a little bit different, but regardless, you're paying attention to either what you're saying or what you're thinking about, and accordingly, you are not able to pay attention to what you are trying to remember, namely to get off at this exit. This is it make more sense back in the day before everyone used their phones to get places, but it makes sense if you already know how to get where you're going. So this is one of the things I find interesting about this phenomenon, and it has happened on like many different mushroom trips, is that the person who I'm analyzing, critiquing, explaining really is what I'm doing. Even though I'm not listening to them at all, they always stick around. Seems like for the entire duration of it. If they left, I wouldn't be aware because I'm not paying any attention to the chat at all during the bulk of the peak of the trip. Like I know I'm coming down because I'm starting to be a little bit interested in the chat and what's going on there, and reading a little bit. I'm also interested in taking out this full trash that I've been avoiding taking out for too long now. Let's go, trash. You're coming with me. You're coming down to the station in handcuffs. Oh yeah. I said I was going to the bathroom, guys. You can't stop me from going to the bathroom. Jesus. That's not fair of you. How would you like it if I came to your house and stopped you from going to the bathroom? Go. Thank you. This thing is close to needing a new battery. It likes to give me a little bit of fight. But you know, I want to be able to open the garage door from outside as well as from inside. I like a garage door to have that additional functionality. Oh, this is why, maybe? No, that's not why. But it's a sad reality. I now remember both these trash cans are full. I'm going to have to bring a third trash can into the garage because of the bears. Alright, trash can. No longer can you be conveniently located right here. It's time for you to go into the garage. Because that trash by my chair has food in it. I mean, you know, I don't think how they're just throwing pieces of food in there, but it's got like foody trash. Food style trash. Whoa, you gonna make a sandwich out of that bread, Rachel? No, let me throw that in the trash right here. I had to make sure we got some food in the trash. No, it's not like that at all. It's just little leftovers. Like, I don't want to eat any more of this. Throw it in the trash. I really need to go to the bathroom now. It's time for me to stop putting off going to the bathroom. You guys are just gonna have to stay here and look at the ceiling. I had to pee, yeah. I had to pee, yeah. Cause I just had to pee. When you haven't gone in a while, then it's time to pee. Oh, god damn you, TV. You are such a... Just stay on where I tell you to stay on. Just, I don't need you to have this additional agency of yours to determine that because my computer's gone to sleep, you need to go back to the home screen. I didn't ask your opinion about what to happen when when the computer goes to sleep. I didn't even ask the computer's opinion. Okay. Well, it's back now. Yeah, it's back. Why did it even go to sleep? Obviously, the chat's continuing to move along. Occasionally, somebody puts something. It should make it stay awake. But instead, it goes to sleep. Maybe if I push play on the video instead of pausing and just mute it, then maybe it wouldn't go to sleep. I'm not sure. Nobody ever accused me of being an expert on sleep. Oh my God, it is filthy around here. This is what happens towards the end of a bottle of Adderall. I get the start of a bottle of Adderall, like, time to clean! And get everything all tidied up. By the end of a bottle of Adderall, it's just mess. Well, some of this mess is due to me processing weed right now. Which is, it's a good problem to have this much weed to process, but it's a lot of work, actually. I mean, not a lot of work. I'm just incredibly lazy. And I just have this much of this pile left, and then I'll be done with this pile. Which means I could bring the next generation from the drying closet when it's ready. So there's no urgency because well, I mean, I got different jobs to do at the same time, right? I've got to cut fresh branches and manicure them and put them in the drying closet. And I got to take the dry branches and put them in jars, except I ran out of jars a long time ago. So I'm putting them in Ziploc bags like this. Because I don't know. I don't know if there's any good reason to get a bunch of jars. You're going to take a lot of jars. So I'll just do Ziploc bags. I'm not going to do that right this second now. Because I'm going to go into the other room here. And maybe I'll smoke a cigarette outside. I feel chill. The mushrooms did what I wanted them to do, which is give me a general spiritual reset. I was feeling super stressed and anxious. Over stuff that is like either I already know what the solution to it is, I just am not looking forward to implementing it, or don't want to implement it. Like doing the steps necessary to go to the dentist down in Corsical. Or it's stressing that stuff that's predicated on that. So stressing of the distant future. Like ridiculously, frankly. But I guess that stresses in some part going hand in hand with me growing up a bit, Again, it's up to me to decide whether we're away. I had a fantastic time. You didn't like what I had to say, but that doesn't mean I wasted my mushrooms. I take mushrooms to have a good time, enjoy myself, and spiritually reset. And I did all of those things. It was perfect. It was a great trip. I got the dosage right. And it's kind of tricky the first time you take new mushrooms. You got to gauge how blue they are, basically. The bluer they are, the less total mushrooms you have to take. But I got the dosage right. I didn't have any nausea or anything. And one thing that was great is that, and one thing that I enjoy a lot about mushrooms is I got to explain everything I had to explain without listening to you at all. I didn't have to get annoyed by your irrelevancies, your obvious bullshit. I'm just sad he wasted his mushrooms. Nobody's gonna buy that, dude. Come on. Nobody's gonna buy that. You gotta be a little bit. You gotta peddle something and counterfeit to look a little more real than that. It's hard to it's hard to imagine having watched me laughing with great hilarity and enjoying myself so much. And to think that here's a line I'm gonna push past everybody. Eric wasted his mushrooms. I have wasted mushrooms before, um, somebody, like, somebody gets me upset, like going after Rachel or something, and spoils the trip for at least part of the trip. It brings me back into sobriety, basically, as I am angry rather than a more enjoyable emotion. But this one was great. I didn't have to listen to any one word of your incredible nonsense. And it didn't have to annoy me at all. It's called concern trolling. Blue has nothing to do with it. You're talking about the level of funny being blue, orange, or brown, or gray, hopefully. Well, in that case, blue has everything to do with it, Tuts. Not funny enough. Okay? You need to do better. I want to see you at least hit brown and for gray. I don't think that Tuts is concern trolling exactly. I think what he's doing is he's attempting to retake the offense in whatever conceivable grasping way he can. And I don't know. Who knows what the fuck he's doing, why he's doing it. I'm not somebody who has that particular problem, so I don't know. I have other problems. I have problems, plenty of problems, but not that particular one. Like, I don't go around telling people, the problem with your idea here is that you are insecure. Or something like that, So, I don't know. It's going to be hard for me to understand any parts of it that I have to identify with. I figured out what's wrong with what you're saying. It's that you're saying it. If somebody else said it, like if you were quoting somebody, okay, that's fine. Then you're not so full of yourself. But the fact that you're saying it, it stinks like you and your horribleness, Eric. I don't want anything to do with your stinky idea. Anyway, I'm fine. It's fine. I'm dumb and horrible. That's fine. No, I mean, I don't want to be horrible to people. I don't want to be horrible, like guilty of wrongdoing, but just, like unworthy of loving myself or something. I'm very accustomed to that. I'm not worried about being smart or whatever. I'm obviously, to my own detriment, heavily skewed in favor of things that people don't prioritize and don't understand. But, can you say it's to your detriment really if the alternative is being not yourself? I mean, I could be a more optimal version of myself for impact than I should for practical reasons. But does that mean I should want to? No, it doesn't mean that. And I don't want to. No, I don't want to do anything that has any practical value whatsoever. I don't like things that are useful for specific things. Like, oh, what good is any of this explanation going to do anybody? It's not going to do anything. It's there to be correct. It's an end in itself. I don't understand what he thinks this is going to do. I don't think it's going to do anything. God, why does everything have to do something? How is this even useful? Why does everything have to be useful for some reason? Like, you don't need utility to be correct. You don't need to do anything to be correct except, pay attention the right ways and all that stuff. But, you don't have to use your muscles. You have to walk around. It helps to walk around a little bit. Helps the process I've found. Or it goes along with it, I guess I should say. Not that I've thought about it really at all before. I just find myself in retrospect thinking back lots of times when I'm thinking about something. By which I mean when I'm doing intellectual work about something in my head, which is pretty rare these days. It's just another thing that's been displaced by stress, worry, poor mental health, or whatever you want to call it. A lot has been displaced by my questionable mental health. It totally helped to take mushrooms tonight. I feel relaxed, like, okay, I'm not just gnawing on this knot of stress inside of me. I find mushrooms incredibly just everything you want in a drug and nothing you don't, except the horrible taste of them. It's a wonder drug that does wonders, for me. But it doesn't work that way for everybody. Rachel doesn't always have good experiences on it at all. It's about 50-50 for her, I'd say, whether she has a good experience or a bad trip. I basically never, I can't, it's inconceivable for me to have a bad trip on mushrooms. Although I have had, remember, there was a unique, perfect storm of various things, including taking way too much mushrooms on a clean head. I just what it was. I had forgotten that I need to readjust my dosage after this month-long break I had had. Took half an ounce and a couple of Vyvanse in me, and then out all day driving back to and from Oakland. We also saw a baseball game in the middle of it. It was a nightmarishly taxing day. And, you know, couple of the big Vyvances makes it doable. Not your body still makes note of what's gone on there. There's a lot of sensory input for me too. Anyway, that was a bad trip. That trip, I felt like I had a psychotic break. I was just in this weird loop of basically whether or not you should listen to me right now because I'm tripping too hard to know what I'm saying. But it wasn't just that I was tripping too hard, it was that I had too much Vyvanse on a clean head for that too. Probably took a third one at some point, I don't remember. On that occasion, it was a bad trip until, for a good stretch of it, until I remembered, wait a second, take a benzo. It took me hours to think of that. Benzos are trip killers. And I think I ended up having to take 2 benzos and get it really knocked out of me. But 2 Clonopins. It works pretty much right away too. It's crazy. Meow. I should eat something else, some more food. I did have that piece of cheese, but I should eat more than just that. Oh yeah, I do need to smoke some weed too, but I need to eat a little food first. You know, he's chosen a place where he gets their insight. Dude, you're just. Oh, God. The thing is, I'm insightful. The insights I offered tonight weren't fundamentally any different than insights I offered before. They just, they were just about you. I'm rarely insightful about myself. Although, I think that's probably untrue, but I just don't remember it. Like, well, actually, it's something about myself, but I remember Rachel and I having a wonderful bonding trip one time. That was, you know, there were insights about our relationship, insights about particular stuff, but in general, that's not my specialty. However, Tess, you're pretty easy to read. Okay, let's not sugarcoat it. And the thing is, here's my guess: is your metric for whether or not this is successful as an experience for you is whether or not you're impacting me emotionally in some way. You could see like, oh, I've shaken him, I've gotten under his skin or something like that, or I made him doubt himself. That's most that specifically. I made Eric doubt himself. Well, that's a that's a poor criterion for you to have chosen because the way that you're trying to get that to happen is not a way that will ever be successful. It's possible to get me to doubt the correctness of any number of things. It's just not the way you're doing it. I'm habitually attending to things with doubt, with a negationary friend that says, what's wrong with this? But I'm talking about words, arguments, explanations, understanding things rather than just just displaying your emotions. Or I guess what you're really doing is they're just FENI attacks, right? Like, you know, like I wasted my mushroom. What a crazy idea. I guess the point is you're saying you need to draw paying attention to the fact that I was not, absolutely not insightful at all. Whereas if I used my mushrooms wisely, I would be agreeing with Tuts. Well, Tuts, you're the only one who thinks that for me to use my mushrooms wisely requires me to agree with you. I'm not 100% sure you think that. Like, expressly, you never said it. But I think it's fair to say. I could, of course, be wrong about your criterion. But see, I'm having to surmise things because you're not using words to convey information. You're using words to express yourself. I can't be definitive about any explanation about a person's motivations or whatever. I can just make speculations, informed speculation. It's the kind of thing that's not defensible because it's not that kind of thing. Criterion collection. You never go for insight. You use them to dabble, but under the reign of your control. Okay, well, I think maybe what you mean by that is I have a tool function of TI, so things have to meet a pretty exacting standard. Regardless of whether what I said was insightful or not, it was true. You know, it doesn't really matter if it was insightful because it was true and accurate whatever it was I was saying was correct. I don't need to remember even what I was saying to assure you of that. It was as correct as it could be at the time. You know, new, better explanations, whatever come in, and obviously I'll prefer those. I find your correctness non-insightful is perfectly fine. That I can totally accept. Whether or not something's insightful depends mostly on, well, I wouldn't say this. I wouldn't say that. I would say whether it's insightful depends on its merits, and whether or not people perceive it as insightful is just whether or not they're capable of receiving that insight or willing. But the most important thing to note here is that whether or not it's insightful is of much less significance than whether or not it's correct. You can't really aim for insight as a goal, right? It just happens. Whereas you can aim for correctness as a goal. And you can articulate what it is. It's something specific, right? That's, which unlike insight, which is holistic. It's holistically so that something's insightful or not, but there's no way to win the argument about that. Whereas for things that are either correct or incorrect, they're always subject to the rules of argumentation. And it's worth noting that correct is distinct from true. Although, to be correct, something must be true. That's insufficient for it to be correct. Like, Trump, what Trump felt about COVID was true by and large, but it was not correct. Because correctness requires a certain rigorous process be implemented. And having a gut hunch and turning out to be true is not correct. It's an incorrect way of determining things, right? It's epistemically wrong. Not epistemically. Yes, I do mean it. But, me explaining correctness is not going to convince anybody. I get that, Again, things are not there to convince or to do anything. They're there. Being correct is an end in and of itself. That's all there needs to be said about it. It's correct because it has not currently been assailed successfully. That's what you can say. That's the definition of correct, really. It's in a status quo, it has not currently been assailed successfully. Of course, this is going to go in one of Ted's ears and not the other, but still hear even, because he's saying, no, knowing is better than determining. And you're not knowing enough and you're determining too much. Well, I'm just being me, Ted. I don't dislike knowing. I have a lot of respect for NI. When it's used properly, not when it's used to make silly grasping attacks at me. you know, I'm enamored with NI. I love crystalline, holistic truths and such. You know, they're fantastic. It's what I like to consume, but it's not a way of being correct. It's a great way to be wrong. In fact, it's like the number one way of being wrong. I mean, there are other ways that are also big, but I don't know. The kind of wrong that clashes with me typically tends to be anti-wrong. You want to know about universal things about me, basically. Although you went particularist the other day with my dad. That was really low class of you. It doesn't it doesn't matter to me. But pointing out that I made a somewhat lamentable but totally harmless gesture of anger at my dad after he killed himself. And I thought he had disinherited me. As some sort of critique of my character. I mean, boy, dude. Have you no shame, Mr. McCarthy? At long last, have you no shame? Well, it's fine. I don't care. The thing is, the reason it's okay in this instance is because you can't do any damage here with the tools that you have and my particular defenses. It's not that the thing that you're doing, though, is not okay in general. If you were to do it to somebody else, they might believe you. You shouldn't tell other people what's wrong with them. Like, what I say is, there's nothing wrong with you. It's perfectly good to say what's wrong with your words, right? But then you have to address the words themselves. You can't just pathologize the person. There's obviously no reason whatsoever to pathologize me or to position anything I'm saying as some evidence of my lack. Because what I'm saying has nothing to do with me. But I have something to do with me. And I don't like being pathologized. And I don't think what you're doing in general is acceptable to in the world. It's fine here, like I said, because it's like a kid throwing punches at an adult, you know. But the rest of the world is filled with other little kids like you. So you shouldn't do that shit. It's toxic behavior. Naively, Eric imagines Tuts is going to listen to him this time. Talk about the good definition of insanity is for me to think that continuing to explain things will make any difference at all to Tuts. But you know, I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for me. Because I like to explain things. I'm not going to pretend that I'm helping Toots. I don't know what would help Toots. He's obviously displeased with me in some fashion. So I don't know why he keeps coming around me. I did not intend to displease him. I always intended the same thing. To be correct. And or hilarious. Big yawns for little Eric. think that was an important insight. That was very insightful for me to point out that correct and true are not the same thing. That true is a necessary but insufficient condition for correctness. That was good insight. I'd never thought that before. It never occurred to me. I never addressed the question, of course. If I had, I would have come upon the answer naturally. But still, it was a good insight, and good job, Eric. So what I said there about truth and correctness is both true, correct, and insightful. It's all three. Isn't that amazing? I've done an amazing job of nothing. That's the important thing to remember. Well, what does that accomplish, Eric? Nothing. Doesn't convince anybody. Doesn't do anything. It's not useful to you in any way. Okay? It's like 2 plus 2 equals 4. If you have occasion at some point to be adding 2 things to 2 things, and you want a correct answer, then you should put 4. But chances are you do not want the correct answer. You want some specific other thing that's unrelated to correctness entirely. So if you want to have 5 pairs instead of 4, then just add your 2 2's together and say it equals 5 pairs. Now you have 1 more pair. That's what you want. You want more pairs. You don't want to be correct. So don't even worry about how to be correct, why I'm correct, why I'm not correct, anything like that. Just leave the correctness where it is, like doing nothing, being useless. Okay? Just being correct, and that's it. But nobody cares about. Nobody's even gonna come look at this. This is the dumbest tourist attraction I've ever seen. It does nothing. It's useful to no one. It just sits there. Why would anyone come look at that? No one would. No one will. No one has. That's also not the point of being correct. It's like, would I be happier if I had a successful career as a stand-up comedian? Yes. That would make me happier than being correct. Making people laugh, getting props for being so funny, that would make me very happy. But even if I had that dream, I'd still have a permanent side job for being correct. It'd be unavoidable task that falls on my shoulders because it's not even a task, it's just who I am. Well, I guess if I never worked as a debate coach, I never found out cognitive functions were critical in being correct about things that previously I wasn't incorrect about, but I didn't have an answer to. Unanswered, but still working on it. It was a lot of things that became resolved by understanding that the core, beneath any and all philosophical myas, in other words, explanations, words, whatever, is attention of some individual in certain kinds of ways that have limited configurations necessarily because of exclusivity within them. So then when people say, well, what is truth? Well, now we have a number of different ways and tools to describe it. I would have maybe one time just said, well, it's a status reported statements. I mean, I do say that regularly. Status reported statements that are in dispute in order to affirm them. And people are like, no, but what really is truth? That's what it is. But it's also a way of knowing holistically that is untestable accordingly. So it is true that Meow is a good song, and it is true that Meow is a terrible song. But I can't win that argument. So when I say it's true, I'm just making the assertion that claims to the contrary are wrong, but I can't actually substantiate that. Oh my God. Thank you. 20,000 IDRs. I've wanted 20,000 IDRs for such a long time. I wonder what IDRs are. I'm curious about that. Is it some kind of African currency? Is that like the Ivory Coast's currency or something? Thank you, by the way, Amadea, Joshua, GT. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Sometimes people put a donation, I don't even comment on it. I just forget about it immediately. It's ridiculous. Because I'm in the middle of saying something. You know. Thank you so much. Is your belief justified true knowledge goes to the getter problem? Getty problem. Well, knowledge is that you already have is just one kind of knowing. So when I assert that a given song is good, and it is true that it is good, I'm asserting that people who disagree with me are wrong, but I can't actually win the argument, right? Because it's reliant on intuition kind of knowledge. So it's still knowledge, is your belief? No, it means it's a way of paying attention. So it's SI. Things that you remember are also things that you know. Knowing, just because you know something, doesn't mean it's correct. Knowing is not a good way to be correct. Knowing's a bad way to be correct. Pretty much, the way the world is a bad way of being correct. The whole world is bad at being correct. Like, almost the thing in life that they're worst at. The whole world. I'll be a lot of different things, Eric. There's one thing I will never be, and that's correct. Fuck no. Hells to the no, bro. And I'll tell you why I'm never going to be correct. Because I care about things that matter. Things like surfing and chicks. Things like getting laid and titties. You know. I don't have attention to set aside for being correct, Mr. Correcty Pants. Maybe you'd live a little bit more correctly if you thought a little bit less about this bullshit and instead thought a little bit more about pussy. Like, I do need to think about pussy a little more. It's true that I would like, in a more ideal sense of Eric, to have sex with my wife more often than I currently do. Tend to kind of forget about that as the thing that one might do. Well, I appreciate your advice, SE guy. SEFI guy. You gotta get out there and live, bro. You gotta experience shit. You can't just hole up in your house thinking with your ideas in your head all day. It'll make you sick. Drive you crazy. But, if I do that, I'll hurt myself. With that attitude, you will. Now just grab the chainsaw and follow me. I don't really know. Just grab the chainsaw. You're coming with me. You're gonna learn how to do. Stop being a pussy. But I don't really want to chop off any body parts. You know, rub some dirt on it and get over it, pansy. Well, Mr. Insidey Pants, oh, I got all my body parts, but I'm stuck inside all day. No thanks. I don't choose prison like you. I live free with my chainsaw, my motorcycle, and my topless girlfriend. I live free. Is she always topless? Yes. It doesn't matter how cold it is. I just do not allow my girlfriend to wear a top. Why would I not just always want to see her titties? Because if I'm not seeing them, that's what I'm thinking about. You're over here explaining things. What about titties, though? Okay, well, you make a compelling argument about titties. It's hard to deny their appeal. But there's just not a lot of intellectual work to be done on titties. You know, of all shapes and sizes. I'm not gonna be dissing any titties really. Woman titties, like not so partial to man titties. Although I'm sure, you know, you just put a picture of some guy's titties just by themselves and he had like man titties, then you maybe I wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. I don't know. Maybe some of the titties that I looked at before were photoshopped man titties on woman bodies. What do you think about that? The secret possibility that I was fapping to man titties. It seems like that would be a lot of work. I guess you wouldn't have, if you just photoshopped it onto her, then it would just be static while the rest of her moved. So we'd have to come up with a better solution than that. But that's all I got. Or there's some tool where you could say, replace these titties with these other titties for the entire duration of this scene, moving accordingly. And it does it. You don't even need to define what you mean by accordingly. They probably have a specific term for it, like reimagine. I like to reimagine these titties with these other titties. I've done it! Finally, Eureka! I've done it! I have done it. I have made it so that I can replace a woman's titties in a porn video with a different set of titties, and people can't tell the difference. Finally, my life's work is achieved. How long have you spent on this app? I just asked AI to make it. you're slowing down on the trips for the coming year. I'm increasing my number of trips because I got an ounce of mushrooms today, which means same time next week I'll probably be taking mushrooms again. I like to give it at least a week. You know, sometimes I forget and give it a week and a half, 2 weeks or something. I won't have I won't have Adderall next time I take it. If I take it without Adderall, that's often a reason to wait. It's just whatever negative kind of SI-ish stuff happens with mushrooms gets taken away by Adderall. Also, just like it pairs with the pulsing energy of mushrooms by providing steady energy. You know, like mushrooms, if you take them without Adderall, they'll be it's kind of pulsing. Like you'll be feel up for a second, and you'll feel sleepy, and I don't know. It's got a lot of SI stuff going on. Those are American holidays? You mean July 4th isn't celebrated everywhere around the world? What are you talking about? I could have sworn I've seen celebrations in Turkey of July 4th. Granted, they celebrate it a little differently than we do here. They don't have baseball in Turkey. For example. But they still have fireworks. In Turkey, instead of baseball, they play a sport where they poke at a rock with sticks. It's called Turkish stick poking. They're lobbying to make it an Olympic sport as well. The thing is, it's poorly named. It's not stick poking, it's rock poking. You're just using a stick. Anyway, it's called Turkish stick poking. And it's the number one sport in Turkey. It's like, it's got every other sport beat by a large margin. Interestingly, the second most popular sport in Turkey is volleyball. Most of Turkish TV is stick poking tournaments, as they call it. And the rest of Turkish TV is volleyball games. Oh, it's funny. People of Turkey, I'm sure, will appreciate me sharing some of their cultural heritage with everybody. Come on, you've got to give it a try. Try poking this rock with a stick. Doesn't that rock look like it deserves it? You know, I'm not quite sure how you judge this. Oh, it's obvious. Like, the way you are poking the rock, that would be a 0 or a 1. Now look at me poke the rock. I cannot wait till the next Olympics. And finally, they're going to have Turkish stick poking as a competitive event. It has judges like figure skating. But, you know, only Turkish people seem to agree that there's any standard at all. Judges from other countries are like, how the fuck did I get assigned to this man? I guess he's poking it pretty good. Hey. Right, the Target people, they have all kinds of nuances that we, the rest of the worlders, can't understand. Well, I'm getting pretty tired. Seems like the people we did have also probably headed up to bed. I don't know if I want to sleep for the second, but I don't know. Let it stream roll for at least the duration of this cigarette. What a wonderful mushroom trip. It had a little bit of everything. Had some explaining, had some hilariousness. Well, that's everything. What more do you need in a mushroom trip than that? I feel good. I feel not stressed out. I could think about the stressful things, but like, not anything I could do about it right into this second. Like, I need to go get a blood test, but I have to. It's a fast in advance of taking a blood test, right? So it's just I could walk in any day, but I have to plan ahead and know that okay, tomorrow is the day. I'm gonna be fasting now. I'm gonna go in the morning, and my schedule is just not quite regular enough right now for me to be successfully doing it. Once I go on sleepy week, though, I find that often I'm a lot more productive with practical things on sleepy week. Not that I'm productive with anything else when I'm weekend, but I'm productive at talking to three people on the internet. If you want to call that productive, I don't know. You have a wrong definition of productive. If you want to call that productive, I mean, there's produce per se, in the sense that it leaves a record of itself. But fapping leaves a record as well, but it doesn't make it productive. It's weird how satisfying it can be to live stream without caring about anything at all. Like, not caring if there's one person here, 10 people here, nobody here, whatever. Not caring what anybody says at all. Just caring about what I'm saying. And I guess that's what it is. It's coming to terms with my FI on some level. The expense of FE hitting my real hidden absolute value of FI. Hey, look, this seems an odd notion. I'm always doing what I feel like. Except what I feel like is usually more constrained by other factors than just what I feel like. What is it, trouble? Something scary, trouble, is kind of spooked. Maybe some kind of animal over there. But right now, of course, he's stopping as soon as I put it on him, but you can still kind of see he's got his hackles up and such. What's over there? Whatever it is, got you freaked out. You know what you want to say? I don't know. Maybe it was a ghost. That's my first guess. Usually, when I get scared, freaked out, it's because there's a ghost. You know, the scary kind. Obviously, I'm not scared of the non-scary kind of ghosts. The Casper kind of ghost is fine. But the ones that start off looking like a young, beautiful woman, you know they're going to turn into a horrible, melty-faced lady. Never trust a beautiful young female ghost, a young woman, you know, or a child, frankly, either. They always turn evil. But, especially if it's like a bride, you know, then you know you're going to end up with melty-faced ghost. And I don't know about you, but I like my faces unmelted when I'm having ghost experiences, you know. I don't always have ghost experiences, but when I do, I prefer them unmelted. Sometimes I see ghosts that just take the form of a cloud of smoke. Like more ghosts. They're always doing tricks like that. Sometimes, like, I'll be outside and I'll hear the leaves rustling for no reason. I know that it's a ghost. Ghosts are famous for liking to rustle leaves. The whole class of ghosts known as the leaf rustlers. You know, some people say it's just the wind, but there's now who's believing in something imaginary. Has anybody ever seen this wind really? If so, maybe describe to me what it looks like. You can't. Whereas I can tell you what a ghost looks like. It's white and or rustles leaves. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just proved that the wind is more paranormal than ghosts. If you don't believe it, you weren't listening. I can describe ghosts. You can't describe the wind. Therefore, which one's imaginary? Like, just think about it too. What reason would air have to move around? It's perfect. Like right now, it's perfectly comfortable where it is. Obviously. So, unless somebody can explain to me why wind would want to unnecessarily move around, then I mean air move around unnecessarily. Yes, I believe in air. Even though I can't see it, but that's different. I can still describe it. Air. It's that clear stuff we breathe. Air is very easy to make a distinction of. Air is clear and it stays in one spot, whereas wind is just imaginary. ghosts are everywhere, doing all kinds of things. Like, who mowed my lawn? Ghosts, obviously. It wasn't me. I don't even have a lawn. That's good stuff. Hilariously good stuff. If you don't live in Ghost, who mowed my lawn? It wasn't me, it was Ghost, obviously. It couldn't have been me. I don't even have one. What a hilarious joke. Because, of course, the initial claim is that ghosts must exist because otherwise how did my lawn get mowed? And then he says, it had to be ghosts, it wasn't me, I don't even have a lawn. That was a joke about T.I. Polar or something, I don't know. It's a very T.I. joke. Oh wow, I really like that one. That's a clever joke. Is that really a joke per se? It's just a hilarious thing. I guess you could say it would be good comedy writing in the right context. But it's not a joke per se. Right, I'll tell you a joke that the neighbor told me the other day. It's like, okay, so to tell the difference between a black bear and a grizzly bear, I'm sorry. So when you go in the forest and where there's bears, you need to carry pepper spray and you need to carry some little bells that jingle so the bears can hear you, you know. And the way you tell the difference between a black bear and a grizzly bear is if you look at their scat, a black bear's scat is filled with berries, and a grizzly bear's scat is smells like pepper spray and is filled with little bells. That's a joke, a proper joke, you know. It's got a punchline and everything. So, I think I'm going to wrap this up. Let me just, before I do, let me just see what cartoons there are for me to watch. Not ready to go to sleep yet. But there's nobody here, so there's not really any reason for me to continue streaming. Which is something I notice when I'm not on mushrooms that I wouldn't notice if I were. Anyhow, right, I was going to check to see what cartoons I have to watch. I don't really feel tired, but I do feel fatigued. Fatigue? What in the world is that supposed to mean? It means, you know, like physically spent but not sleepy. Physically spent but also not in the moment. your muscles aren't tired per se. Your whole body's kind of spent. I'd say that's the distinction there. Between fatigued and tired. There's nothing new coming out yet that I want to see. It's a mass season of Crunchyroll. It had a fair number of cartoons that I found the titles promising, but they haven't turned out to actually be very good. So I don't know what to say with that. Obviously, I'm pretty easy cartoon audience. Doesn't have to be great for me to watch it, but some pretty mid shit this season. I do like this Let the Grieving Soul Retire cartoon, which is actually starting its second season. Somehow I missed its first season. It's quite entertaining, pretty funny. I'm glad Solo Camping for 2 has another season. This most recent episode, though, wasn't very good. What are you doing, Trouble? He's playing with ghosts again. Trouble, will you never learn? You're so full of ghosts. Hi, Acacia. Well, nice to see you. I'm about to wrap it up, but I had a nice mushroom trip tonight. And nice stream to the extent that I can say I have a nice stream when I'm not paying any attention to the chat at all. But it does occasionally I'll read one little thing or something. So yeah, I'm pretty spent. Pretty spent across a lot of vectors. I'm coming towards the end of a bottle of Adderall. And also last few days feeling a lot of stress. It's weird how I have better awareness of that now. But a lot of anxiety. It's not really justified. But, people don't have something pressing to be anxious about. They'll just feel anxiety about whatever they got going on. At least I will. It's things I have to do that I haven't done yet. It's like, it may not sound like a big thing, but I'll get all anxious about it. I've been meaning to go to the county office and check to see when property taxes are due, because I don't remember that kind of stuff. I feel a lot of anxiety about that typically, but the mushrooms help me to purge all that negative energy in myself. They're really quite remarkable, the drug. It really syncs with me really well. With Rachel, 50% hit rate. Although I think that probably increases a bit when she's added up adequately and not tired. You gotta attend to her subjectivities more about whether or not the trip's gonna be good. Whereas for me, the mushrooms are therapeutic about my subjectivities. Thank you. I will enjoy my cartooning as best I can, given that there's no new cartoons coming out that I really want to see. But I'm rewatching a couple of things, and there are a couple of things that I'm not that interested in that I could watch. Like, I really liked the Battleship Yamamoto spaceship cartoon. The first one, the original one. I liked it quite a bit. But now they've done all these new seasons that with like different characters and stuff. I could try to get into one of those. That seems rather pleasant, actually. This is their page. Oh, November 1st. Oh, thank you, Winston's mom. So ridiculous, isn't it? I don't. I My solution to knowing when the property taxes are due is to go to the office and look at the sign there. How ridiculous is that? Why is that? Why am I that way? I don't like to use the internet for things like that. Like, for example, Google something's hours. Don't find out if it's open by driving there. That's, well, I'll find out when I get there if it's open. Okay, Eric, but why don't you just Google it? Oh, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. There's some ways in which Eric can be the biggest idiot in the world. But that's part of being intuitive too. Rachel and I will muse about various possibilities for something and then never actually Google what the actual reason is. We have our various possibilities, and that's fine. We don't need to know the answer. I wonder why this is, I'll say, and then I'll muse a few things. Rachel will usually have one good answer, better than any of mine. Probably because meh. But we'll have on the table 5 or 6 possible explanations by the time I'm done spinning my yarns. And then we'll move on to the next topic of conversation. And we never Googled what the answer was. I guess that's not the point, to know the answer. Like, Rachel doesn't like to know things in that way either. She knows with her intuition. She's not particularly maniacal about facts and stuff. Sometimes I Google stuff. Like, what did I learn that was very surprising the other day? The meow is meow, not because of meow, but because of meow. It's totally unrelated thing you wouldn't think about. It's weird that I remember the structure of it, but not the specifics. I guess that's the way memory works. The more detailed, the more high res, the more resource intensive. Structural things like that are obviously plug and play, so they take up a lot less memory. But plug and play just mean you can stick anything where the meows are. It works, and it would be fine, except it wouldn't be the specific example I'm referencing. So it's taking a while to wind down here. The 2 people watching, thank you for being here. And hopefully my continued musings are pleasantness. Maybe you can fall asleep too. I do aspire to be pleasant core, at least some of the time. I don't know if I'll ever be as pleasant as Steve from Sidetrack Adventures. He's the king of pleasant core. I'll tell you, a person who used to be among the kings of Pleasant Court was Desert Drifter, but he tragically died in a car crash not that long ago. I was shocked when when I heard about it, and when I saw the video from his wife. I was like, wow. I've got accustomed to listening to this pleasant Christian, but not overtly in the videos, ISFP guy. I found his voice and his thoughts about the places he was exploring to be very soothing. And he took nice looking videos too. Even though I might have appreciated the video appearance, I'm less likely to remember that. Because SC is very unconscious for me. Big yawns for Eric. So anyway, that guy's dead. Just goes to show you. Don't recklessly be stopped at a stoplight and let some drunk driver crash into you and kill you. You're just asking for it, sitting at the stoplight like nobody's business. Well, respectful of the law and sober and Christian. You're just inviting trouble. Oh, I've got nose purge. I need more paper towels. This sometimes happens with mushrooms. On this occasion, it's happening at the end of the trip, which is not normally or not necessarily the case. I had a mushroom trip with Madonna Inn be pretty well defined by my endless fountain of mucus that was coming out of me the whole time. It's crazy. I could not, like, where in the world did all of this stuff come from? How could it have even been in my body? All that much stuff is like weighs more than I do, it seems like. It's crazy. But mushrooms will do that to you sometimes. They'll make you purge something like that. I like to think the mushroom gods know what's best for you and give you what you need. I remember why I walked in here. And you know what? This time, I'm not going to just give a man a fish. I'm going to teach a man to fish by bringing this roll of paper towels with me. I'm going to look ahead and anticipate this problem happening again. Weed comes with names. Do shrooms have names? Yes, they do. I don't know what name this one was. But if you go to the store, yeah, they have names. Like penis envy is a very famous, I guess you'd say, strain of mushrooms, and it's also a strain from which there's lots of variants. It's called penis envy because the mushrooms are unusually big. I've never particularly liked big mushrooms because I don't know, there's no good reason for it. I just prefer small mushrooms. When I'd go to the store, I'd say, what are the smallest mushrooms you have? I get those. I don't know, they're a little bit more divisible. You can say this little pile is this much of the whole more easily with littler mushrooms. That's one advantage. But I mean, not all the penis envy mushrooms are big. Like some of the variant strains can be not big at all. Like ghost PE. Whenever you see PE in the name of a mushroom, it means started with penis envy and worked from there. ghost pea, very small mushrooms, and very dark blue mushroom. Way better than penis envy, which is not particularly strong, I don't think. Any named after chocolate or candy because that's how they taste? No, they all taste like fucking carp. Just garbage. Just horrible. When I first started eating mushrooms a long time ago, I just would eat them. I just put them in my mouth and chew them up and swallow them. If I tried to do that now, though, I would puke. I don't know. Whatever. At some point, I went from them tasting bad to I physically cannot chew this up and swallow it. It's so disgusting to me. So that's why I have to take these alternate approaches. Like I crush it all up, swallow it real quick, and etc. So I don't have to taste it really. None of them taste good. The stronger they are, it doesn't necessarily mean they taste worse or better. And they all taste terrible. If anything, I think the weaker mushrooms, for some reason I'm inclined to say it tastes a little worse, but that's just my unjustified. You don't have good justification for saying that. But it might be true anyway. I don't know. Probably just there's some specific mushrooms that taste even worse than others. It might depend on how they're grown too, somewhat. I really don't know because I don't taste them at all anymore. It's as little as possible. I don't like the taste of normal mushrooms either. They're not as gross as psilocybin mushroom. Just in general, I don't think that people are meant to be eating those gross things. Unless they're magical, in which case, then they're critically important to eat them periodically. For my spiritual well-being. Okay, no reason to continue trying to squeeze mileage out of that. Use that paper towel. You got a whole roll right here. See, one of the great things about mushrooms is if I'm not on any mushrooms at all, I tend to find the like diminishing view numbers to not be a positive effect on my mood overall. Like I find it a little bit of a downer if if I'm streaming for some stretch of time and it's hovering around 1, 2 people or something. But I don't feel that way at all now. I feel like this is exactly where I want to be, exactly what I want to be doing. And that's something pretty powerful that mushrooms does. Like it kind of reminds you to just stop stressing so much and just enjoy what you're doing. If you're focused on enjoying what you're doing, then you don't have attention to spare for other stuff fabricated in some sense. Narratives that link to your expectations in ways where you don't even need to be setting up, like, not that you set them up, but like, I don't need to expect anything from this because I don't give people anything to expect, really. Like, there's no schedule, no topics, there's no rhyme nor reason to what happens when or not. But also, it's possible that YouTube doesn't feel comfortable without me because I'm not like I'm doing anything particularly edgy, but you know, I smoke and pull bong rips and stuff. They might not approve of that. I've been getting more age restrictions lately. But of course, what am I going to do differently? It's just me being me. Little old Eric. Mr. Don't Give a Fuck still won't see. Something like that. It's not a, it's, you know, it sounds cool in the song by Eminem or something, but you don't want to be a person who doesn't give a fuck. You want to care about things a lot. And have that impact them in ways that display, you know, you found your calling or whatever. But that wasn't my fate in life. I mean, I guess I was. I guess I found my calling in debate coaching, obviously. It's funny, it's like, it's not what I think of as caring exactly. I mean, obviously I cared a lot about winning and stuff, but what I mean is being tidy and careful with things, which I have never been able to pull off, really. It's always aspirational for me. I had two parents who were experts at that, and I could never live up to that. And it was always something that I felt like I should live up to. Largely, it's still something I feel I should live up to. You know, to the extent that I can follow through on a steady plan and do all the maintenance and stuff that's required, it would improve my life, improve my mental health probably too. But I mean, that's just the story of fourth SWAT SI, Polar FI. It's tough to follow through on a given plan when you're intentionally focused on alternatives, possibilities other than meow. Well, what we're doing today is meow, though. Well, I've got some other ideas of things we could do, including, most importantly, nothing. Just talking about stuff. But we've got these real things to do, Eric. Are you sure you should be spending your time like this? I know. critical SI person. It's like, I'm never gonna live up to that. It's impossible. Look how filthy this floor is. I don't know how they did it. I do know how they did it. They pay attention to it all the time. Whereas that just sounds like a prison sentence. Just constantly paying attention to what you already know you have to do. Locked into all these various maintenance tasks. And be scheduled months in advance, knowing what you're gonna do. Like I'm going on vacation in April, blah, blah, blah. Well, I schedule a year and a half in advance because you got it if you're gonna get the window you want. Who the fuck knows what they're doing later today, let alone 16 months from now? I haven't. I do know what I'm doing later today. I'm going to sleep at some point. After that, all bets are off. I don't know what I'm doing. Probably nothing. Most probably nothing. I was gonna say I might sleep, but I realized that's where I left off. Was I gonna sleep and then what? Sleep again? No, that's just part of the same first sleep. It has to be something else to interrupt it before you go away from sleep. Like maybe I'll sleep, watch a cartoon, maybe sleep some more. I'm pretty tired. I'm burning the candle at both ends, which is a foolish way to burn a candle. Because how do you stand it up? You gotta stand there and hold it like this, like a dumbass, the whole time. Hi, Oliver Linehan. I don't think that sort of criticism would ever help. What sort of criticism is that? Could you shave this room very thin and lay the thin slices on 2 pieces of bread, making shrimp sandwich that would like when you gotta swallow shit, it won't help to make a sandwich out of it. Okay, you just gotta make a quick paste and get it down as quickly as possible. The ghost toilet paper is invisible? No, obviously not, listen to him. It's milky white, sort of translucent, but not quite. It's got some misty white opacity to it, just like ghosts themselves. What sort of criticism is not helpful, Oliver Linehan? I want to know. There are things like, you suck at being human. You know, that sort of criticism helps. You suck at everything except being a failure. You're really good at that. That's not the sort of criticism that would help. Don't you have things you should be doing? Sort of criticism. Well, it's a real question for me that gets answered in one way by just me musing about it, but like, to what extent do I have ambition and and where should I try to realize ambition and And or am I just being a slave to an imprinted norm that I upheld as a normative standard for myself to no good effect, etc.? I could sit here and muse about it forever. And then what happens to the question of should I be ambitious or not? It answers itself with, well, the answer is clearly no, you're not being ambitious because you're thinking about this all the time, and or just thinking about whatever, like scratching your ass. How should I scratch my ass today? Well, I've developed a number of different possible techniques to use. I've had a lot of practice, a lot of time to practice. I'm going to use what I call the serpent technique. I scratch my ass with fingers like this. But to be fair, I'm not just scratching my ass. I am accomplishing a good amount of bong rip pulling. And I should be proud of that because it's not always easy to remember to pull enough bong rips. I tend to space out. Oh, what's this other thing over here? Well, I tell you what that thing is a distraction. You need to get back to pulling bong rips, mister. What would be cool is where to make like $10 a bong rip that pull. Somehow it's productive for somebody, helps their business out or something. They pay me $10 per bong rip I pull. I would definitely easily be able to support us, even with a fairly lavish lifestyle. Because at $10 a pop, I'm going to be aiming for like a minimum of 50 bong rips a day. I wonder if I would like go, oh God, I gotta pull bong rips again. Because it would be work. I don't want to do what they're paying me to do. Doesn't matter what it is. If I pull the bong rip, will you give me $10? You should give me $10 for every bong rip that I pull. The Candyman can pay me $10 per bong rip. That's all I want in life, really. That's all I need in life. If someone would just pay me $10 a bong rip, I could live in style. Not that I'm already not living in style, but I wouldn't have any more stresses about like getting a job or anything. That could be my job. You just pull bong rip for $10 a pop. Wait a sec. If that job exists, I'm applying and I will work for $9 an hour. Well, I pull them better than you do, though. Okay, who wants 50 of your shoddy, mediocre bong rips when they can have 50 of my perfect bong rips just to save a buck? You're never going to get anywhere by being someone other than yourself, or maybe you can, but it won't be the place you're best served to go. Got to ease into yourself instead of fighting it. Well, I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be good to myself, speak kindly to myself, but I'm deeply habituated to the alternative. And, I can go across several criteria, but it's mostly TE, I guess. SE, TESE stuff. The thing is, I don't want to commit to this one thing that requires me every day to do blah, blah, blah. I'm able to do that with growing weed, fine. That is a everyday, like when I plant the weed in the spring, I know that I'm going to have to pay attention to it at least a little bit every single day until I harvest it. But I don't mind that because I like to look at them grow anyway. I go back there to look at it. There are days that I'm totally not feeling like going outside because I'm super crashed out or whatever. I'll still manage to go out there and water the plants. But things like that require a commitment of regularity for a long period of time to see results, which lots and lots of things in life that matter do, are just very daunting to me because it means I got to commit to this one thing to the exclusion of a bunch of other things that are possibilities that I don't want to long term commit to this thing because then I'm excluding my access to other possibilities, you know? I'm making it impossible for me to decide to do whatever I feel like in the moment later. You know, we are pretty good about cleaning and stuff around here, but it's not with any kind of. Well, Rachel's more regular than I am, right? But I don't think she's even that regular either. We don't do it with regularity. It's not like every Tuesday we clean. Instead, it's just clean when we feel like, get motivated to clean when things get gross, and I have energy, you know. And by and large, we don't let it get too squalorly, but there's no scheduled regularity to it at all. Whereas, like, I'm sure Rachel's mom is like, every Tuesday I do laundry, and every Wednesday I do this, and every Thursday. She just sticks to it every week. It's like, I don't even know if I'm going to be getting up in the morning on whatever Thursday. How am I going to possibly know that this is what I'm going to do on Thursday morning?
Did I heard my name?
Did you? I don't think I said. Oh, I said Rachel's mom. That's right.
Oh.
Rachel's mom would be like comfortable with, and I'm sure does have a schedule where every Tuesday she does meow, every Wednesday she does meow. And so, but I was just saying how it's like impossible for me to do that because what am I going to be doing next Thursday morning? I don't even know if I'm going to be awake next Thursday morning.
It's true.
Oh, you'd like to schedule lunch? Okay, well, it's quite possible I will have just eaten, or that I'll be starving, or it's impossible for me to say what's going to be. So I will meet you there. I may or may not eat lunch, and what time again? 12:30. Okay, I'll see you there. Don't expect me to eat necessarily.
It's important.
And hopefully it doesn't turn out to be timed poorly with the Adderall cycle, so that it's like, oh my god, I'm desperate to just sleep right now, and I have to go out and do something. I wish I had never scheduled anything. Is what I think to myself.
Yeah.
And then I realize, Eric, you can't never schedule anything. It's ridiculous. What you need to do is be a little bit more of a judger. But I'm never going to be a little bit more of a judger. But I could do better. I could be a more optimal version of me, That, I don't know. Maybe you're right all around. Maybe I'm just finding more reasons to not like myself or something. I don't know. Who knows? These things are mysterious. Feelings work in mysterious ways. So how you doing, Rachel?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. I had a wonderful trip.
That's good.
Yeah. And I'm still having residual trip stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like you are.
Yeah.
I can hear it in your voice.
I'm just enjoying myself talking, really. So I'm just continuing to stream.
I'm glad.
That's one of the things that mushrooms does for me, I think, is it lets me just enjoy what I'm doing without worrying about a bunch of other meaning stuff or whatever.
That's good.
Yeah. I guess it helps me to be in the moment more. And I suppose that's what they mean by being in the moment more. Is having all of your attention on what it is you're doing. But I guess I'm always paying attention to what I'm doing, but it might include additional like metrics to score things on or whatever. In other words, you could pay attention to more or less levels of meta meaning and such. Sometimes it's nice to just be without thinking about like anybody else or whatever. That's what mushrooms lets me do. It lets me just not care at all about FE stuff. I had the very satisfying experience today of being able to explain everything to Tuts without having to hear a word he said about anything because I wasn't paying a goddamn bit of attention to the chat.
That's good.
Yeah. And it was satisfying because I got to explain things correctly and I didn't have to read things that made me feel like banging my head against the wall or that this guy or feel like this fucking guy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I just explained things. Happily explained things.
That sounds good to me.
Then there was a stretch of hilarious laughings.
That's what I was waiting for. I was hoping that I would like experience that with you, but
I don't remember exactly what I was laughing about as often as the case.
no, so you said at one point you were laughing about crossing cards.
Oh yeah, well I was suggesting that crossing the street safely would be not a good sport to watch.
I would be in that race. I know, like even in the city, I was like, not. What do they call that? Pigeon crossing was that?
Jaywalking. Pigeon crossing. It's called pigeon crossing now. It is no longer called jaywalking.
Pigeon crossing.
Rachel, do you want to go to the crosswalk or would you rather pigeon cross? It'll be a regular question from that.
Yeah. So I was against pigeon crossing even in the city. I couldn't do it.
Well, I mean, I can think that would be a dangerous place to pigeon cross because I've seen video of like New York drivers going like, okay, the yellow light, we're gonna keep going, and then it turns red, and they just keep going, like a whole like 5 more cars after it's turned red,
Yeah, sure. And if you got like if you pigeon cross, um, it's your fault. If a car hits you, it's your fault.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't have been pigeon crossing.
No. The more you say it, the more it seems like that's what it really should be.
Yeah, I agree. Because Jays, they're smart enough to fly across the street. Only a pigeon would try to walk across the street.
That's what I was picturing in my mind.
Or a quail, maybe.
Yeah, quail
but they'd
too.
at least be good at walking across the street. But they're not very good at walking in front of my car, though.
No,
Like,
no, they're not.
And I'm driving a little wilderness car, and there's quails in front of me. They only have one strategy: run straight ahead down the road, and continuing to be in front of my car.
Oh my gosh, really? They didn't turn it
And
off?
so I slow down. I'm like, okay, come on, you quails, go to the side.
Yeah.
You dumbasses, go to the side.
I like that quail crossing.
Well, but yeah, the quails, I prefer pigeon crossing.
Okay.
Yeah, for
Because they're
sure.
city birds too.
Yeah, right. There's not quails in New York City.
No.
You can't quail cross in a place where there are no quails. There's pigeons everywhere.
And I always waited at the crosswalk for the light to turn. Like I didn't walk because like a lot of New Yorkers are known for like if a car isn't coming in one direction, they'll still walk. I was like, no. Like I'm risk averse.
Right. You waited for the crossing guard to escort you across the street. That's the kind of sport that I'm saying would not be fun to watch.
It's not fun.
It is, however, safe.
It is.
And that's what matters most. We didn't come to watch fun today. We came to watch safety.
That's why I'm so boring.
They should have a specific channel that just does like all the safety checks and stuff on stuff that they do. And then as soon as actual action starts to happen, they cut off the video. It's just safety. As soon as anything gets a little bit interesting, they go, mm-mm-mm. Can somebody put a helmet on this?
But you would put a helmet on me.
Oh, yeah. I believe I have.
Yeah, you have, even when you didn't.
Yeah, I don't need a helmet. I'm not gonna fall off and hit my head. You very well might.
Thanks. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'm joking. I know, I'm very clumsy. And that's the thing, it's like if I don't do it, it'll happen.
Yeah, you're kind of unlucky, I've noticed in that regard.
Oh, and that? Like if I think that something won't happen, it will?
No, that, like, like, you take a sip of drink right when I'm about to hit a bump.
Yeah. I'm on...
With the sensory world, physical stuff, you're always spilling stuff on yourself.
Yeah.
And
I'm very clumsy.
If there's a ember in the air, it will find your clothes.
Yes.
So I think in some sense it's more like you're perpetually unlucky about that stuff than you're bad at it.
But I'm lucky in other senses. Like I'm lucky because I have you.
You're lucky in love.
Yeah.
You know what they say? Lucky in love, unlucky in cards. I'm just saying you're unlucky about eating and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm very clumsy. I'm not graceful.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. You're not clumsy or ungraceful. You're just unlucky.
But I would rather be lucky than...
You'd rather be lucky than than dexterous and graceful? Okay. You are lucky, but incredibly clumsy. That's why you
I am.
still spill food on yourself
Yes.
despite your amazing good luck.
I'm not.
You prefer that?
Yeah, I would rather be clumsy than be lucky like Meghan Markle and never spill on myself. Because she wears a lot of cream.
She wears a lot of cream,
Hmm.
like on her face.
Oh no, like cream colors. Like,
Oh, cream colors.
yeah, yeah. And she never gets anything on herself.
I thought you were talking about what kind of cream you put smear on your face, you know? Beauty cream or
Beauty
something.
cream.
I don't remember what else I was talking about. There were several things that I found hilarious. Watch that part, see what it was that I found hilarious. So, of course, those are kind of things I like to keep track of, although I don't do it successfully. But hilarious things. I feel sadness that I don't have a library of hilarious things I've said, indexed by topic and degree of hilarity. It's easy to fall into the trap of trying to be optimal in TE way as prescribed by TE people. What TE people fail to understand is that what's optimal for them is not optimal for others.
Thank you. I was just talking about how my mom, she's TE, and she always would say to me, Rachel, I used to be this way, but then I changed, and you can too. If I can do it, you can.
But think about the various things that she's given us that have proved to be very much optimal and exactly what we needed.
Oh,
But
I know.
yeah, it's like in some sense, there's some optimality that a TE Dom understands and sees that we can benefit from. Like she sent us, there's been a few examples, but um, where she sent us something that's like, oh my God, life would be so much worse without this thing. But
I know.
there's other things like the bag. She has this perfect grocery bag for getting groceries, but we never remember to bring it in from the car.
No. Like, seriously, not until we're online.
Yeah, when we're in line, then we remember. Oh, we have this super big, perfect grocery bag, and well, it's left in the car again.
Mm-hmm.
When we even have it in the car so that we can remember it. If we like had it in the house, we'd never remember it. Even
No.
conceivably remember having it available at the store. So,
No, my mom is very helpful.
like, I like the cutting board you gave us with the various little scooper things that you can put things
Mm-hmm.
in. That's great. It's a good tool slash cooking thing or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Um, she also gave us a crock pot, right?
Yep.
She used,
Yeah, she did.
but we don't really use it very often.
Not anymore, no.
No, it requires a certain, well, like all these things, right? It requires to utilize it regularly and well that you plan ahead. Like you gotta get stuff at the grocery store specifically to do a crock pot, and then, well, I mean, the bottom line is it's a crapshoot as to whether we how much or whether we eat what's in the crock pot. And some of it has to do with how delicious it turns out, but mostly it has to do with whether we're feeling like eating or not. And when it gets a certain amount old, then neither of us wants to eat it.
Mhm.
And then we throw it away.
Okay, so I have to be real. Like, my mom, for most of my life, was trying to improve me.
Right. You make a good observation, Oliver Lenahan. That's an important distinction to make.
Now I think she's trying to improve our life.
Yeah. I
Where,
think she feels as though now at least you can sort of appreciate the tea because I can appreciate the tea.
yes. Well, I still don't, but I.
No, she's wrong to think that.
Oh.
But she feels that way.
Yes, and
She
that's
feels
fine.
as though,
Also,
yeah.
if she feels that way, it's great. I have her to call tomorrow. She's back from Ireland. I want to hear about it.
Hello, Mother. This is your daughter Rachel.
Oh man.
Tell me about Ireland.
When I would want to piss her off, I would call her mother.
Right?
Yeah.
She doesn't like being called Mother.
She doesn't even really like being called mom.
What does she want you to call her?
Mommy or mommy.
Mrs. Mrs. Lapalessa.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you just don't really address her by any particular thing.
I call her mom.
Oh.
Yeah, I call her mom.
She's fine with mom, right?
She called her mom, so I don't think she loves it. Really, I think she would like me to call her mommy.
Mommy? I mean, you're 40 years old.
I know. My sister started doing it again.
I called my mom Mommy a lot of times, but it wasn't because she wanted me to call her that. It's because I thought it was funny to call her Mommy.
Well, at a certain age, I was like, I don't want to call my mom Mommy anymore.
Well,
that was just me.
Yeah. As I got older, I felt more inclined to call her Mommy.
Aww.
Mumsy, or perhaps even Mumsy.
Maybe Mumsy is the mom that my mom wants to hear.
Mumsy, Mumsy, do say we shall, we can. Oh, you must, Mumsy. Do say we shall.
I used to call my mom Mommy.
I did when I was a little kid, I think, but then, I was too much of a big boy to call her that. But then when I got to be an adult, I thought, now I can call her Mommy or all kinds of things.
It didn't feel weird when you would call her Mommy or anything.
Mama would be fine as well. Mother.
Mama. Whatever.
I think Mumsy is a good name for a mom. It's a compromise between mom and mommy. Is Mumsy.
Meemaw.
Meemaw isn't that for grandma?
I thought so too.
Yeah. Marplewort is a less commonly used term for mother. But in certain communities, it's popular calling mother Marplewort. It's like a thing among Harry Potter aficionados.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, I was reading up on you were so mushed out. It's so funny. I love it. I don't even want to talk to you about anything serious because, like, you're in a different state.
It was just having to blow out the smoke of that bong rip. It was a little bit.
But still.
A little bit viscous when it came out.
So, I don't know what I was gonna say. It's totally lost. It wasn't that important.
Maybe something about, I read this thing and this person said people like this, but
Oh
is he
yeah, yes.
wrong?
Okay, yes, it was exactly. Wow, you know me so fucking well. I'm so predictable. At least only to you. Most people can't predict. But anyway, so yeah, I was looking at quasi-identical relations in socionics. I feel like I should not be having this conversation with you
What
right
is
now.
quasi identical? It's like me and ISTJ?
Yeah.
No, wait, me and
You and ISTJ.
me and ISTJ, okay.
And it was saying that, like, basically, even if they do get into arguments, like, they forget about them, like, really quickly. And it was just, like, pretty positive. And I'm like, ESFPs drive me crazy.
Right, well, I mean, that's one of the problems with socionics is that not all those intertype relations are symmetrical in the sense that they don't they don't work the same way for every pairing of types.
No, they don't.
So, the mirage type works great for us doesn't mean that it works just as well for, say, an NTJ. I don't know. It's like I haven't. You have to do a lot of. Well, I don't have a good mechanics to understand um, intertypes, particularly in ways that aren't particular to the pairing. So
Yeah.
I could say, well, Mirage works well for these two. Maybe I talk about how it might work differently for these two. They're also called Mirage, but I don't have an explanation for like what's the commonality that determines whether it works well or not. I don't have a real understanding of the mechanics there. I haven't thought about it much. I get along with ESFPs, but ENFPs are more challenging.
I don't know any ENFPs. Like, true ENFPs, I don't
What
know.
about Les?
Oh shit! Yeah, I was thinking about him the other day. Actually,
I
thinking
saw
about
him today.
You did?
Yeah, he passed me. There was this guy who was like, I was going fast because I was trying to get there and back before with as little time in darkness as possible because I got one headlight.
Oh yeah.
So I was going fast, and there's this guy behind me who's going just crazy, like way faster than I wanted to go even, and I was going fast as I was comfortable going. And I pulled up the stop sign, and I was going to go right on a triangle, and so was this guy behind me going to go right on a triangle. So I pulled over and said, go past me because you want to go fast. And it was less. He stopped and hi, hi.
Oh.
That guy drives like a fucking bat out of hell.
Oh.
The thing is, maybe he had some place in particular to be. He was in a hurry. I don't know. For me, I had a reason to be going fast, so maybe he did too. But um, you wouldn't think of it when you look at him like this guy drives super fast. He looks like Einstein. I mean, he looks just like Einstein.
Yeah, he does. A lot like Einstein.
The hair, the everything.
I'm glad that you saw him because I've been thinking about how we're not as good of neighbors as he is. Like, he would stop by during the snowstorm to see how we were doing, and like.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to walk his dog by anymore.
And like, last time we saw him, we thought he was like getting tested for cancer.
Yeah, well, I didn't notice anything.
No, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it would be visible anyway, but didn't he seemed like just looked like his normal self.
That's good.
As far as I can remember.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not particularly good at looking at. I wasn't thinking to look at his physicalities at all.
Oh, it's okay. I just feel like, oh my god, it's so bad because I haven't checked up on him in basically a year.
When there was a snowstorm, he checked up on us. When he has cancer, we ignore him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't feel like a bad neighbor.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is he came to check on us because that's what he felt like doing.
What if I made me feel like I should check up on him?
Well, if you feel like you should check up on him.
I want to though, genuinely.
Okay, so then you just have to wait for the occasion when you feel like checking up on him right now.
Yeah, instead of
And
what?
then you gotta
12:45 a.m.
Yeah, now wouldn't be a good time to go
No.
to his house, knock on the door, and say, "How you doing?" I was sleeping. Well, no, but how are you doing emotionally?
How are you really doing?
That would be poor choice on our part to time it thusly. Seems to be getting warmer a little bit. It was
Tomorrow's supposed to be 76,
oh.
but then it's going back to like.
Yeah, because 60 outside doesn't seem that cold, so compared to how cold it's been. Like it was seems like a few days ago. It was down as low as 39.
No way.
Yeah, within the last week, I saw 39 up there on at one point.
Wow, that's really cool. They didn't realize that. Maybe when it rained.
So it's definitely getting warm. Jonathan, Dave, I didn't say hello. Hello. And why? Because that's why. You don't need any more explanation than that. Just because. Why not? I need to eat something. I feel stomach acid. I started drinking coffee again. But it's so delicious and what I want to drink.
I know, me too.
Okay,
It's
well.
been good lately too. I don't know, it's always good.
Let's see what I'm going to do. I solve this problem with a couple of antacids. Just what the doctor ordered. If I were to talk to a doctor, I'd say, "What do you recommend, doctor, for my stomach acid?" He would recommend antacids. I would also recommend them. Both of our recommendations would be correct. But mine would matter more. Because although I'm not a doctor, I am a guy who has stomach acid problems. So I should know. Okay, I think I'm about ready to end the stream now. It's been fun. It's been real. It's also been real fun. And until next time, good night.